It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
It's about that time that we have the Call of Duty Varsity League here on another lovely Wednesday night. We're going to be looking into the postseason. Now is the regular season. It's done. It's dusted. It's a thing in the past. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Cash. We are here to bring the entertainment for the night. Couldn't be more excited, Cash, to jump in with the postseason. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, again, every week I come in excited for the matchups that we have. On top of that now, like you said, we have the postseason. Playoffs and play-ins are here, and I couldn't be more excited to dive into the action.
Yeah, I mean, when we're, looking at the season that we've had so far, that regular season was a grueler for some of these teams. A lot of learning curves for these new teams. A lot of, improvements that we're hoping to see going into this postseason. But now that we're in the conference play-ins, we get, a chance to look at our possible conference champions for a couple of these different conferences that we have here in the Call of Duty Varsity League. And then beyond, the teams, that lose tonight, they're not going to be done just yet. You still have those last chance qualifiers, October 31st to November 6th. So a chance to bounce back and prove on, your faults you might find in the regular season, as well as in these conference playoffs as well, because you got to look at it to the point, Cash, where all these teams, they're looking at November 14th. You want to make it to the playoffs. You want to make sure that you end on a high note here, because this is going to be a long season of Call of Duty.
It definitely will be, and of course you can't get to the playoffs, of course, without doing well, and you want to do as well as you can in your conference playoffs. You want to make sure your seeding is good enough to get in, and you want to make sure you put yourself in the best spot possible to have a good playoff run. And it all starts tonight here with conference play-ins, which lead into tomorrow being back on the desk again, having that conference championship and crowning a winner in that division as well. So there's a lot on the line, and of course eyes are on that November 14th date for playoffs. But it all has to start not only one night at a time, but one series at a time, and more specifically one map.
Step by step, map by map, game by game. It's not only that, I mean, you're looking at playing for a scholarship pricing of $2,000 for first place for walking away a champion of the Call of Duty Varsity League. Alongside that, you get second place, $1,000 takeaway for that scholarship pricing. Third place, $500. So now a lot of these teams, they're going to have their eyes on that first place pricing. And I know a lot of the teams that we've seen in the regular season have already made quite the statement in their roster changes to look at taking that first place away. So I can't wait to see when we do name that champion along the line. But let's talk about tonight. Let's talk about our schedule here for the playoff or the conference play-ins. We got Minnesota State University of Mankato going up against Nicholls State University in our match number 1. That is going to be the Western Conference. In our game 2, we're looking at Full Sail Armada going up against Baldwin Wallace in the Eastern Conference. And then for match number 3, if you stay tuned, we got Valorant coming up later as you're looking at SBU versus WSU. You got to wait a little bit to see that Valorant action tonight. We're going to be starting with Call of Duty. How you feeling about these matches, Cash? We got Minnesota State University of Mankato up first against Colonel Esports.
I'm excited for it. Obviously, to kind of give some context, both of these squads have taken a tough loss last week to the hands of Texas A&M International, and so you just know, right, when you take a tough loss like that, your eyes are focused on, I'm trying to get payback tomorrow night against A&M. Yeah. It's going to be who's more locked into tonight. You're not going to be able to play A&M tomorrow if you don't play well tonight, and so of course for Nicholls State, they have played against Mankato previously, and that was done in week 2. It was a University of Mankato Mankato 3-0. So again, it wasn't very close between these squads. Nickel State has struggled with a few things, but I'm excited for this first matchup. I think it's going to tell us a lot of who's really locked in to finish out this Vanguard season strong. And then from there, of course, our other matchup of the night will be coming our way after that. But if you're new here, if you're just tuning in, our COD League rule set that we're working with, not only for tonight, but as we have been the whole season, it's a best of 5 games to win a series. Our map pool that we're working with is Berlin, Bocage, Desert Siege, Gavitu, and Tuscan. And that's what we're going to be working with here for our rule set tonight. And well, for this matchup tonight, we definitely get. We get 4 different maps if it goes all the way.
I couldn't believe it when I saw it, Cash. But a couple silver linings to take away from what we were talking about between these two teams. Both teams coming off of that loss. However, you still have those VODs to go over, and you now get to know what you need to work on as a team from last week going into this one, because this is the big game right now. It's to show if you can go against the best in your conference, as it should reflect, in the LCQ, in the playoffs, wherever you find yourself between these teams. Now, we got Minnesota State, University of Mankato, that's Y-Dog, Klinger, T-Bam, and Spear Up going up against the Colonel Esports, Dreco, Shark, Q-Tippy, and C-Mac. And a couple questions you have to ask yourself, too, if you're these teams. Right away, you kind of have to look in the mirror and face the lights right now, Cash, because you're asking yourself, is this the summit of our ambition? Is this where we want to end our season? Is this, how we want to look going into the postseason? Because you kind of have to look at this as you're in the conference play-ins for a reason. You need to make those improvements. You need to show those improvements. And if we hone in on Colonel Esports, to begin with, there's a lot of improvements that need to be shown with this team. If they want to take on, the Mavericks, let alone, the Dust Devils, if they make it into that conference championship. So there's a lot, riding on these two teams. But before we dive into that, I do want to thank our, presenting sponsor, the U.S. Army ROTC, as it couldn't be possible without them. If you want to become a leader for life, go check them out. Show some love to the Army ROTC. Thank you for those sponsors. But Cash, just to, dive in with Colonel Esports, you've been a fan of them all season long. And it seems like every single time we talk about these teams, we always, highlight the improvements that we need to see from them, but we don't get to see them in real time. Now, this is, where you have to face those lights and you have to showcase yourself in your best form. Talk to me a little bit about this team in Colonel Esports as we take a look at the maps.
Yeah, it's a squad that is definitely better, right, than the rest of the pack in their conference. They finished third overall, at least as far as the regular season goes. So I definitely, given their matchup and how they finished, they're only a 2-loss team. So let's just say, they're not a bad squad at all, of course, and that's why they're in this situation. But it seems like they still have strides to make against these top 2 teams in, Minnesota State and in Texas A&M International. They have this kind of like skill gap in a sense of, okay, we're above the pack as far as everyone else in the conference goes, but that gap between 3 and then the 1 and 2 teams, not also very close. And again, like you were saying, that leads us to talk about, again, the improvements that we haven't been seeing out of the squad. It's been slow performances out of the ARs. It's been slow overall team slaying that puts them out of games. It's situations where not all 4 players have been able to show up in a series tonight. And when you're going against the top 2 teams in your conference, such as University or Minnesota State and A&M International, you have to come to play every night, all 4 players. And I think really that starts for me with this Nickel State squad with the ARs. We know C-Mac can come and deliver every night. It's just the ARs for me that have to show up, play a little bit harder from start to finish, and kind of keep up in that slaying column, because they can play the objective well, but sometimes they get punished around the map as far as kills go.
Well, talk to me about the maps that we just saw, though, for this Colonel Esports squad. We look at Tuscan, Berlin, Gavitu, Tuscan as the map set. Do you think that these 5 maps give them a chance right now?
I think it does. I think having Tuscan kind of to cap each side of the series a hard point in the S&D if they push it that distance, or if they don't close it out sooner. I think it's something where they have a chance to take it. It does give them an opportunity to take the series, but I also think it kind of is them poking at maybe some of their softer points or weaker points in a sense. It's going to force your AR players to come to play. They have to. I mean, you're looking at Berlin with long lines of sights on S&D down, B docks or down A outer, and you look at Gavitu where again power positions reign king on that map. It's top boat. It's locking down, looking over your players as they get hill time and different points around the map, or capture the objectives. So I think it's disappointing that, okay, they obviously are playing these maps with ARs in mind. Otherwise, we would have had a Bakaj. We would have had something a little smaller for them. I think they're putting a lot of trust in the fact that, again, like you said, they have bots. They have been doing this work.
Yeah.
Now, again, but it's this question that we've asked. We've seen this team a lot on stream this season. Is it all going to click? Is this the night where everything comes together, they look much better? As long as it doesn't have to be a perfect series out of them, but if they make those improvements week to week, and especially starting now in the postseason where you're starting to get down to your last legs, that's something I can hold on to for hope for the squad to, not only either win out here and have a good shot at conference championships, but at least have a chance to go into LCQs confidently to get back into playoffs.
Question is, can you execute if you're Colonel Esports on those? We got game number 1 of the postseason, baby. It's time to lock in for some Vanguard. As on the other side, I mean, Minnesota State University Mankato, this is a team that I have put my stocks in. They just look better and better every single time I see them on stream. However, it's not all sunshines and rainbows for them either. They still got that monster in the closet of the Death Devils, so they still have their work cut out for them if they want to be champions of this Western Conference. As we look into this first hill, so far so good for the Mankato as they find their way back into the hill. They have the rotations for second as well, as they do get the better spawns, so this is a good time that they're picking up.
It is, and they want to hold on to P2 spawns as we look ahead. That rotation towards the bottom right-hand side of the map. If they can, player 8 and Klinger out of the action, but not needed. Also, locking down P5 to make sure no one slips through the crack. Gonna have a gunfight here with Shark coming up soon for this rotation, as that's where Nickel State are turning their eyes towards. And again, nothing crazy. You expect to play Mixie, and for Minnesota, that's a win given that you have a 20-point lead going into a P2 rotation that you also won.
And after one hill, only 3 kills for Colonel Esports. It just looks worse and worse off the bat. This is best as you can get if you are the Mavericks, as a player has slipped the line, however, not unchecked, as Spearup is going to take down Draco. Now as Colonels group up for this break, you can see all 4 players looking to take these players from behind. Spearup tucked away in the corner. That's 7. That's 8. So full streaks in hand of your SMG already for Mavericks, as they are lights out to begin in this hill. However, they know they still have their work cut out for them. You see Spearup goes back to fill that gap. That was Khaz with the player in the back end. The kill feed lights up red. It is a perfect hill number 2.
And near perfect in the slaying column again. Q-Tippy not even on the board as far as kills go, and it is so hard to play a hard point where you can't get kills, because if you're not finding kills on rotation, well, you're also not winning rotation more times than not. Fortunately for them, they chalk up the rest of P2, right? They gave up a 60-second hold just about, but they have a solid P3 setup, and here C-Mac drops this kill. That's going to give Roof open. You'll see the team kind of shimmy and adjust to account for that, but it's going to be a 2-2 hit and a split on this hill. If Nickel State can hold on, they could get back in this one.
C-Mac gets a fortunate spawn all the way through mid, so evens things up now in the lives for this break. Still even for Mankato to find this break. However, Spearup strikes first. Excellent at a cleaner. Take out the player in the back. That allows an avenue in for Y-Dog to clear out that hill. And now 40 seconds to pick up if you're either team. You don't want to give this up just yet. If you are Colonel Esports, you see the nades off spawn. Y-Dog gets evicted from that hill, and now Colonel Esports looking for their way into this hill. However, not easy when you're just not winning these gunfights. Still 0-8 out of Q-Tippy after 3 hard points, and Mankato, they have everything they need to continue this snowball. Still with a streak in the hand of Spearup as well.
It's just a tough slaying start for Nickel State. You can't be 0-8 through 3 hills. You have to find a way to get a groove and get on the board. Now, that being said, he is 0-8. That's a matter of the fact. That's what we're dealing with. So for Q-Tippy, it's getting in a comfortable position, getting a freebie kill, and trying to get the ball rolling from there. I mean, still finding hill time at least. Q-Tippy trying to make up in that department. But, I mean, Spearup almost has more combined kills than the entire side of Colonel Esports. So for the side of Nickel State, it's trying to get comfortable in the kill department, finding some free kills, working your plays behind that. They just aren't able to do so. It seems like for Minnesota State, they're ready for every look, and well, more importantly, they're winning every, more times than not winning those gunfights that are coming to them.
A little bit of a breath of fresh air now for Colonel as they get a full wipe of 4 inside the hill. Q-Tippy still soaking up this time, now 2-9 as you start to get that ball rolling like you said. You can see if this player can turn things around now going into that 5th hill and beyond, as finessing life on the inside. Q-Tippy knows there's going to be one just lurking around his Klinger, and another 3 kills. We get another 4 kills in the feed for the Mavericks as they wipe the board of Colonel Esports. And you look at that mini map, you see where they're spawning. if you are Colonel, you're spawning all the way back at P3, so they're going to have a lot of ground to cover before they touch base here in P5. And when they do, already set up in the hill, Mavericks, they're looking good with these shots. Klingers on 3 in a row, Spear up on the inside, holding things strong and closing the door on these Colonel players.
It's so clean for the side of Mankato. The Maverick COD looks so strong. Right now, you know, it seems like they're executing rotations to a T. Even if they lose rotation, they're confident in how they want to look to break it. You think back to that P3, and at the same time, they're constantly finding 4-down situations against Nickel State. That means your players are winning their 1v1s, or someone's going big and popping a 2-piece like we see TBM do now on a 4 streak. And we already know they still have streaks as well, so timing's going their way, map flow, pacing, everything in their hands. And just again, for Nickel State, you can't find yourself going 4 down as frequently as they are, because this Mankato squad will punish you for it every time.
It doesn't get better than this. 158 to 62 heading into the second set of rotations. Colonel Esports, they looked at grabbing that scrap time, but with the pressure getting laid down onto this first heal, you can see those players peeling away to see if they can give a little bit of help back to their team, and CMAC does come to the rescue. Now 4 in a row for hopefully the player that can climb you out of this hole that you've dug. 12 and 13 for CMAC. Here's the streak to get called in from Spear Up. CMAC has to take these gunfights, slips into Church, holding on to the streak. Now 5 in a row. If you turn this into a glide bomb, this is good looks for Colonel Esports, though. CMAC having a little bit of trouble on the inside, a little bit pinned out from these Maverick players. The Spear Up gets back into the hill. CMAC eats the nade from T-Bam, and this is a grid rotation now from Mavericks again, looking to get the first to second hill clean.
Another 4 down, that just makes rotation that much easier. You know they're spawning deep back fire, P3. You have the line across the map. I mean, just of course before Y-Dog fell, but you had a player top Church on time in P5. You just had a clean line of players watching every lane of the map. And Nickel State just aren't being given anything. Minnesota State having complete control of this game. And another rotation where they're winning very soundly. I mean, I'm almost shocked Nickel State has 80 points on the board. It just seems like Minnesota have been in such control and aware of where all these gunfights are coming from that you can't do anything about it. If you're the side of Nickel State, you're trying to rotate, but you don't win the gunfights on the back end of it. Okay, you find some kills, but now you can't hold on to hill time. It just seems like there's an ebb and flow, and they can't win either side of the coin.
And those 80 points, it just shows that, you know, Mavericks, they can bleed. It's just Colonel Esports, if they can pick up in the slaying portion, you might be able to climb back into this slowly but surely, get a little bit of confidence in your belt going into that search and destroy. But other than that, I mean, you struggle in the slaying. T-Bam is just on a tear on the inside of these hills, 26 and 9, barely tying, might I add. And now 208 points. You're looking at the end game right now if you are Mavericks.
All players giving up the rest of time. They don't need the last 10 seconds, and well, they know that Nickel State doesn't need it either. They have to get more than that on the board. They're going to get the kills, roof, secure spawns on that side, invest the streak, and look to get a quick break. The information, the plays behind it, the execution for Minnesota State Mankato, nearly flawless the entirety of this hard point, and they're being rewarded for it here, especially in the scoreline.
It's almost like a checklist. As soon as that glide bomb comes down, they know exactly where these players are. You just got to get the kills that you need, and it doesn't seem like they're going to, as you see Q-Tippy and Draco finding some pretty clutch kills to keep Mavericks away from this hill for now. They get the close spawns on the roof, so you do see Colonel Esports climb back into things to see if they can soak up as much of this Fountain Hill as they can, as last time around it wasn't so clear-cut. They did struggle at gaining time inside of hill number 3, as Draco knows the player just around the corner. Klinger proving to be quite the issue. Draco is going to win that gunfight, and now scrap time. These 15 seconds should be going the way of Colonel Esports, though. You see, Mankato, they're not worried about that at all. They're setting up for Church, and Q-Tippy should get a rude awakening pretty soon.
We'll see if at least can get a bit of timing, but with Y-Dog and AR versus the sub sitting on that back tank, as soon as Q-Tippy pops out, I imagine this one's done and dusted. Trying to do anywhere for spawns or, again, get a free kill, and I can't blame Q-Tippy for it, but going to give it up as Y-Dog crosses, does get a kill in turn, and is able to get a second. So that works out, but you're not getting time behind it because, again, your team went 4 down or 3 down around it, so you don't know where the rest of the players are coming from. For the side of Minnesota,
However,
they get back on time, and, well,
Minnesota weren't grabbing time either, so a chance now for the respawners at Colonel Esports. They have a close respawn. They can get back into this hill quick as ever. Shark going to be trying his best to do it, and Klinger says no. Now 2:22 and counting for Mankato to put this one away. They have plenty of time too. Just enough time to get this done here and now inside the hill, it looks like, as they just looking to close things out here in hill number 4. And, you know, start off with a bang in the series. Playing the rotations too, just to make sure his T-Bam and teammate spear up over to P5. The players are going to touch down on this hill, and it looks like we will be seeing a next one, though. The players already there for the Mavericks. 246. You'll need 4 more to put this away. Spear up just tucked away in a corner. Is waiting for them to pass on by. And there it is. Mavericks, they strike first here in our first conference play-in.
A scoreline of 250 to 118. I mean, you know, it's hard to think that this is what I was talking about before going into map number 1 was this is the number 2 and the number 3, you know, seed respectively in each conference. Like the fact that there's this much of a discrepancy at this point in the season is rather alarming for Nicholls State. It's something that they haven't been able to close the gap of the entire season, and it continues to be a major pain point for them here as they kickstart the postseason. Again, not too late in the series to, you know, turn it around or anything like that, not to, you know, sound the panic alarm, but they, again, it feels like the same story for them week in and week out. And it you know, sounds like redundancy out of your casters, but you gotta turn things around in the search and destroy. You have to find a way to best this team on one of these maps if you want to extend the series and find a way to push it to a game 5. Because again, I can't see Nicholls State turning around and winning the next 3 maps. I think the respawns are their major pain point due to slaying. They'll have to find a way to take one of them, of course, but they have to slow this S&D down and not let Mankato just run all over them on the map.
I think Cash, you know, luckily for Colonel Esports, this is probably the game mode where I see them most comfortable. So, you know, it's definitely doable. And the back half of that hard point, they looked a lot better than the start. So, you know, they do break 100 points. It's not the 100-point club in Tuscan Hardpoint to start things off. So going into this Berlin, I mean, you have, you know, the building blocks, the foundation to work off right now if you are Colonel Esports. Though I do agree with you. You know, going into the search and destroy, you still have, you know, a couple things to look at when you're going into Berlin. It is those first bloods, to be exact. And, you know, after that, it's the plan that stems off of that first blood. You know, how dynamic are we going to see this Colonel Esports team, you know, move around Berlin? And do they have what it takes to take down Mankato? Because, I mean, we've already sung this story before, you know, back early on in this season. And Mavericks, they know they can 3-0 this team. They've done it before, and they're looking to do it here again. You see, you know, T-Bam, Spear Up, Y-Dog, all players lighting up the feeds all game long throughout Tuscan. You can imagine that it's going to get harder and harder as the game goes on, as those players keep on heating up.
Yeah, they want you to, I mean, it's the playoffs, right? It doesn't matter if you 3-0'd a team or got taken to a game 5. You want every team to feel every loss in the playoffs, right? You want to win. You want to show your dominance and show why, like, you're a team that is serious about making a deep run in the playoffs. That's exactly what Mavericks God is trying to do. Like you said, they know they can 3-0 this team. They want to do that, but even in a more dominant fashion than the last go around. And I think they have the ability to do it, right? This team plays so well, not only as a team as far as the coordination goes on rotations and things like that, but individually, their gun skill is just something where it's unreal. I mean, again, obviously bested by the side of A&M International, but it's a squad where when all 4 players come to play, man, it is hard to win a gunfight, as we saw there on that Tuscan hardpoint to kick things off. And for the side of Nicholls State, you talked about how, you know, okay, what's the break off given that we get a first blood? What's our strategy behind it? There are a lot of questions for them there. They also need to have the flip side of that. Okay, if we get blooded, what's our play? Do we double up and try to take an easy gunfight to even the lives? Do we slow down and not peek to play alive, depending on if we're offense or defense? A whole laundry list of questions for this Nicholls State squad once again. Hopefully they've come and done their homework and come prepared against the squad. And I'd like to see them double up for some of these gunfights and get some free ones as they get a good look there at Spear Up. They know B's got some action, but I like that all 4 players are here. Q-Tippy, who needed the kill more than anything else, opens up with a great first one here.
Yeah, T-Bam gets a little overwhelmed on the inside. Spear Up has a chance to recover and does. Now 3v3 in lies. Spear Up backed up in the corner. Finds another one of the shark. Gonna cut reloading. So C-Mac returns and evens us up with the bomb planted now. You think about this. You look at the minimap. They're not having a chance for that post plant. They're going to have to play tight-knit inside of these close quarter buildings. As you see, Y-Dog's already made the rotation around the warehouse. Drecko, though, sniffs it out. Now Klinger last alive in a 1v2. 30 seconds left. Both players just playing around the outside. So Klinger has his work cut out for him. Now post plant in full fruition. A couple shots going to ring out from Drecko. Klinger on high alert of the player in the back. Nice shots on the Drecko. Almost snaps onto the second. But it is a pretty solid lights out round at a Colonel Esports to get things going here on Berlin.
I was silently clapping that entire round. Every single one of those kills, though it came down to a 1v1, again, every single Nickel State players in a position to trade. To me, that's an improvement, right? If you have to trade, if you have to double up to be able to trade out your teammates because you know Mankato provides such firepower, do it. And they did, and it worked. You let C-Mac sit on the outside of BS and D, you let Draco chow and give information, and if he falls, you're there for the trade. He falls, and sure, again, the raw gun skill of Mankato almost let him snap on him, but again, they put themselves in such great positions to trade out those kills that it felt like even though it came down to a 1v1, they had that control of that round the whole time.
Well, it looks like the pace has not been let go by Mavericks as they're looking to steamroll their way through a round. Y-Dog's already found 2. Spear up a 3rd is just going to give way to what looks like an almost flawless round number 2. C-Mac's not going to allow it to be so flawless as Spear up does get caught in the rotation. 38 seconds, though, for a 1v4 out of your captain. C-Mac already 3-0 in this game. I mean, you play for a couple kills, you just feed into these streaks, hopefully play for the glide bomb in the back. I mean, do you even want to go for this is the question for C-Mac. It doesn't look like he's sold on it. I mean, this round was over after those 3 kills went onto the board for Maverick, so I like the fact that C-Mac is just respecting it.
Yeah, and once the player on the streaks, I think that's more important than taking this round. You took the first round. It's not like it's a round 11 situation. You'll eat it and hope that you can bounce back there. So they have plenty of time to make up for this. And again, if C-Mac can get streaks, that would definitely be worth throwing away 1 round. So not going to try for the clutch. Round's going to be over. And for Mankato offensively, again, it was 3 1v1s that they won. It's just so hard whenever you challenge them one by one. We'll see what kind of adjustments they make defensively for Nickel State next go around. But, you know, their offensive tactic worked for them. They went to B, played it at weird angles where they know Mankato likes to be aggressive. They got behind a couple players and were able to find kills around that, so they almost punished Maverick COD for overextending in a sense. We'll see if they continue to play behind that. It's going to be an all-out sprint towards B once again, a 2-2 split defensively for the side of Mankato, and let's get this round underway.
A lot more patient out of Colonel Esports this time, is just fishing for a little bit of information. Sun on to Spear Up will give way that there are a couple players lurking over towards B, though Y-Dog this time on defense going to strike it. And look at the amount of pressure laid on by the Mavericks over towards this B side. Y-Dog just going to barrel his way on through. Draco and Shark pull things back for the team. Spear Up's going to give himself away. Now a little bit of high alert for these players as A side is completely open, and I'm sure Draco's going to notice this.
And definitely giving the call, hey, just cleared out A, I'm going to go play P3, wrap this back and get it down. You're only going to send one player out of Mankato, and Spirit's not going to expect to be here. Draco just got to kill tower. You wouldn't expect him to wrap outer and be in that position. A great heads-up play out of Draco to find a free kill. Bomb's going to go down for free as well. And now another 1v3 situation. T-Bam going to have to pull it off here, and they're going to get a clean setup out of the side of Nickel State.
He's not going to respect it like C-Mac did. He's just going to run it through mid, and you see Colonel Esports, they just tuck away. They played that perfectly. I mean, you allow space on the map. You expect the aggression to come through, and they punish the aggression almost flawlessly for the team. Yeah, Y-Dog finds that first blood, but, you know, the reaction from Colonel Esports is something you can tip to the team. That it shows that the communication is there, and it's definitely, something that they're looking to, hold forward here in the search and destroy. Though swapping back over to defense, Cash, I mean, you talked about in that first round as they were doubling up, they didn't do that on their defense. I'm curious to see if they pair up for these trades this time.
I am as well. They're going to give a little more respect towards this B site given how fast Mankato got over here last time. Still watching mid-map, but they get caught out here in these situations. Q-Tippy, great trigger discipline. You know the call is going to be towards A. C-Mac opens up with a great first blood. This is just wonderful. Like you said, comms, the trigger discipline, unfortunately going to cost Q-Tippy there. Couldn't land the shots, and whoa, it was the first blood and great information out of C-Mac, and Q-Tippy flips on its head. Draco left alone in the 1v3, and they've got eyes on him.
And now they know 63 HP for Draco. Just trying to finesse around the map, though. It seems like he's playing a little dodgeball with the bullets. And that's going to be a second round from Mavericks as it's defense for defense across the first four. And I do have to say, I don't think Colonel Esports had the wrong idea for that. I think they had the right idea in that round, though. I think we just got an exact interpretation of what raw gun skill looks like. Mavericks just... they shine in their 1v1s, and there are 3 separate 1v1s that go the way of Mavericks there to give them that round.
It seems like Nickel State's offensive wins have been, out of strategy and out of a good plan. And not saying that Mankato doesn't have a plan. It's just come down to situations where, like you said, Nickel State has the advantage and end up losing it. Y-Dog almost takes that one. C-Mac gets a good first blood. Shark to follow up behind. Gives it the timing, but a teammate overlooking. Q-Tippy with a great play to cover his teammate out of secret door. And now a 4v1 situation. They said, well, if you want to see raw gun skill, we can give you that. They answered back with some great wins of their own. And now the pinch coming in out of QTB. This should be the round.
This should be the round. He's just moments away from getting in behind this player. Though cautious as to showing a lot of respect over to Spear Up, but soon enough, here it is. Draco's going to put the nail in the coffin for that as another round here on offense from Nicholls State University. That's 3 in a row for this team, showing that, you know, they have these strategies on lock.
They do, and to kind of wrap up the point I had mentioned, at least for Mankato, yeah, they have a plan offensively, but it seems like Nicholls State had the advantage on that last go-around defensively, and they still found a way to, again, they snap, they win these gunfights. It's crazy what they're able to do behind an unfavorable situation. So it's not that they don't have strats, it's just when they when they find themselves in a bind, they're able to get themselves out of it. And so now for Nicholls State, I think they, you know, I would like to see them slow play and do a retake situation. T-Bam not on the board just yet. It might not be here. C-Mac in a crazy position.
All 4 players just about to explode onto the site. C-Mac doesn't finish his food, and Spearp is going to punish him with 8 HP. And 3 clean kills out of the Mavericks to flawlessly win out that round. I mean, just look at that patience out of them. I mean, all 4 players denying the information. They group up and they just explode right onto the A.
All 3 offensive rounds have been identical for these teams. Again, for Nicholls State, it's been well thought out, well executed. For Minnesota, they just collapse on a site and find 3 kills and win them. And that's really just been the tale of this S&D. It hasn't been anything flashy or any crazy clutches. It's when Mankato says go, everyone goes. And for Nicholls State, their strategy, they've been trading very well. It's hard to trade well whenever you take 3 1v1s. And again, the way that Maverick COD's able to take those makes it a challenge. Back towards B again. Minnesota playing a little more heavily towards this B site, still respecting an A push, but you've already got C-Mac push through, trying to find a kill. Not able to finish it, and T-Bam gets on the board.
We didn't get to see that kill. We just got to watch it through the X-ray, and I think T-Bam just gave Q-Tippy the absolute work with movement. It will be traded out, so that B site is open for plant, but C-Mac being super cautious, and I think taking a little bit too long. Spear Up has a chance to completely throw this round through the loop. Bomb's gonna go down. Spear Up gonna find the kill onto Shark in the back. C-Mac quick to trade, leaves us in a 1v1. And you look, not too far away. Y-Dog just playing this patiently up on the take, spots things out. C-Mac, though, information gonna be thrown his way. 30 seconds left. You can see Y-Dog wants to get aggressive. C-Mac set up, but Y-Dog's gonna beam him down.
That's so hard. Y-Dog shoots so straight, and if you give him any room, you're going to get punished and taken down for it. Wins that 1v1, stays on a 4 streak. If there's anyone you want in that clutch situation, you want it to be C-Mac, but again, just that slight hesitation in taking that gunfight, just not expecting Y-Dog to fly on the corner, ends up giving him the advantage. And they won a they won a defense for the side of Mankato. They do it. The first one here, now getting them the round advantage for the first time in this series, and hopefully it's not something that ends up punishing Nicholls State.
It just seemed like a matter of time before one of these teams cracked the code, and now spells very dangerous water for Colonel Esports because they have to replicate that now. They have to replicate a defensive round win if they want a chance at this game number 2. Draco actually going to get spotted out. Y-Dog in a little bit of a sticky situation. Excellent kill there out of Draco to draw first blood, though T-Bam still slips into B.
And you'll take that because now for T-Bam, you're going to get the bomb down, but you really have minimal coverage. Klinger gets in position, is able to find the kill and the trade on Draco. A 3v3 retake coming in for Nicholls State. How do they look to play? The flank is open in a sense. You have Spear Up watching the deep one, but you could slip through Warehouse, which is right where C-Mac is, and find a kill here. Everyone starting to settle into their spots for the post plant, and now Nicholls State on the move.
You know you're going to have to tread into dangerous waters if you want to take this round. And, you know, you see C-Mac goes for the player in the back. They'll loses their life. Another one's going to slip through. Shark, Klinger tucked away inside of Doc's head. Shark comes up big for the team. 2 huge kills coming out on the flank. You know, where C-Mac fails, you look, Shark just picks up in his place, and we go defense for defense now.
A must answer out of Nicholls State, and I think that really started, even though C-Mac fell, I think it started with, like I said, Spear Up was watching the deep flank all the way through P4. C-Mac slipped through front Warehouse, so I think it caused just enough of a distraction and commotion for Shark to get in position to now slip the deep flank, now turn the heads of players and get in a wonderful position. Great timing. They took advantage of it, got the defuse, and again, found some good kills. 2 huge 1v1s for Shark to win and keep the team in striking distance of the win here.
Well, off the offense, the first time we see Colonel Esports go to A. Bomb quickly to get inside office. And I don't think Klinger was ready for that. Just run through on the flank now. Wydog needs to turn things around, and you will find a kill on the Q-tip. A second on the C-Max, so bomb gets dropped, and Wydog with a huge equalizer there. Couple players now trying to work their way through this flank. Shark just right underneath one of these Maverick players. Soon enough, I'm sure they're going to spot each other out, but Shark is just unaware. Each player's unaware until Spearup's finally going to spot him out. Now Dreco last alive, and they know exactly where this player is. Both players of Mavericks playing side by side, and they work it. They play the pick. They double up, and they take him down.
Great job out of Mankato to blow that offensive round. Another defensive round being taken. That's 3 straight here in the S&D, and it was Nickel State who bullied out and went big, but it was a quick wrap out of Wydog to find 2 free kills. I mean, you peek out the door and try to cover your teammate in C-Mac who's planting the bomb from stair side, not realizing a player already slipped through secret and got behind you. That blew that play up. That was the play that cost them that round, and now at match point to go up 2-0, Mankato want to close one out. It's quick towards B. Why fix it if it's not broken? Nickel State took the last defense here, but you're going to try to at least play the majority odds and look to take this one.
You saw how tactical that was at a spear up. Gets the information on Dreco for the cross without having to burn a stun. So, chance to hold that tactical into the future of this round. Wydog's got some lasers loaded into this automaton because those shots were crisp. Still, though, no kills on the map. You look at Q-Tippy working this flank. Has slipped in to P5 undetected. This couple players should be there to try to take him out. Now they know Q-Tippy's there. Looks like Klinger trying to weed out this player, and they will. Q-Tippy goes down. That should open up the map.
B still not as open as you would like. C-Max in a great position here. He's got to find one of these kills. Wydog gonna get the better of the timing, but Dreco looking over and saves his teammate's life. Trades it out back to a 3v3. C-Max should get across here if a player hops out. T-Bam. He's gonna try to find timing on him. Dreco. Klinger. 1v1. ARs on the B side as this bomb right back to B. The pressure. I want to say the pressure's on one player in particular, but it's really on all of these players. Someone's got to step up and make a play.
Well, you got to think Shark needs at least a kill here. T-Bam not going to check the corner. Shark's going to strike it. He strikes pretty hard. Another double kill to close out a defensive round at a Shark, and I love that out of Colonel Esports. They really laid down the law in that round to send us all the way to a round 11 here on Berlin Search and Destroy by not really letting go of any pressure throughout the defensive half.
Hey, this is what we live for, man. Postseason game 11 situation, or round 11 situations. Nothing's better. Nickel State pushing this team to the limits in map number 2, and rightfully so. I mean, look at how much better. Again, you can't compare, of course, a hard point slaying column to an S&D one, but the stat lines that Nickel State have are solid given a search and destroy. This is the turnaround we need to see from them. Their strategies look sharp. This team, they're trying to make improvements. The execution has been their hiccup, and so is this window. Also posing as a hiccup.
Unbreakable wall right there. Q-Tippy probably going to finally break it open, but Klinger has watched player on the inside here. Kind of trapped. Dreco gets run over, and C-Mac drops as well. This is troublesome.
Spirit.
For Colonel Esports, 2v4. As again, I mean, this snowball factor of Mavericks seemingly unbreakable. As that boarded wall that Q-Tippy was facing, aware that there is going to be this flank. Spear Up's going to get spotted out. Q-Tippy now looking to pull things back a little bit. 2v3 for the retake. Both players working the pincer as well as Shark slowly biding their time to clear out Warehouse. You need to wait for Shark to make his move before something happens. Wydog, though, going to shut it down before anything can pop open. All players denying the information of Colonel and denying game 2.
And that just feels like a blow to Colonel Esports. That hurts. One where you thought you did everything right, at least is what was in your control. You played it well, and there it just, again, a couple first bloods out of the side of Mankato just take that round away from you. And if I'm Q-Tippy, I'm actually a little salty at that window, that window, because again, that was just time to watch on the B cross. That was just an unfortunate situation where Q-Tippy could have had some more information on numbers at B. We'll never know. The rest is history at this point. But you go up 2-0 for the side of Mankato, and you're going back to 2 respawns. So even if you end up finding a way to lose this map 3, I mean, that was a must-win for Nickel State, and then around 11, they couldn't get it done.
Sometimes you just gotta look at those moments in your QTP and it's like, it's just Vanguard things. Sometimes.
Breakable things. It's just destructibles, man.
Yeah, soon enough, you don't have to worry about those windows. But that is a heartbreaker for Colonel Esports. I mean, talk about a chance to really pull things back, to just give some momentum going into the rest of this series, and it's just swept under the rug by a round 11 win from Mavericks, who, when it seems like they just really pick up the pace and they stick to their guns, they look unbeatable against this Colonel team who just hasn't been able to, go toe-to-toe with, who would have guessed it from the way that we're shaping up the series, the slaying potential that is shown out of these Maverick players. Now, going back into a respawn, you had to be thinking that Mavericks, they have this in the bag after the performance that we've seen from them so far. I mean, Colonels, this is just, again, your chance to prove yourself as the underdog, to show those vast improvements that you're hoping to make. I mean, it's now or never, I feel, against these teams, because you think even if you make it through the LCQ and make it to the playoffs, you're going to have to play these teams again.
Yep, it is. And you said they had to make vast improvements, and they also have to be fast improvements. Week to week, they have to show, again, an upward trajectory in this postseason, because like you said, they're running out of time. That search and destroy felt like such an improvement for them. It felt like something that they could have taken. It was right there for them, and that's something where, again, it feels like almost a morale destroyer, where it's just like, we were so close, like now we go back to a respawn where we've been struggling. Who knows, maybe they'll pull something out of the bag for Control. We still have to wait and find out. But for the side of Mankato, it's another day in the office, right? It's business as usual for the squad. Your eyes are set on A&M tomorrow if you close this one out, but hopefully they don't get too caught up in the fact that they have A&M tomorrow. They still have to finish the series out. But for Nickel State, like you said, you're going to see these teams again, even if you find a way to get through LCQ. There has to be that improvement. Again, between, seeds 4 to 7 or 4 to 8 aren't really the problem. It's the 1 and 2 seed you can't get over. That's the improvement in the skill gap we have to see between these teams. They have to close that gap and that deficit, and they haven't been able to so far tonight. It's been close at times, especially in that search and destroy. We'll see if the Control plays any closer, but for Nickel State, it has to be vast improvements. It has to be fast improvements, because their season could be over here in a matter of a week.
Well, I will say, I don't think things are as clear-cut for Minnesota as they hoped it would be. I mean, definitely showing some mistakes were made inside of that search and destroy. They struggled on the Berlin against Colonel Esports, a team that, in the past they have dealt with pretty easily. So you can see, things that need to change if Minnesota win out here and go on to play the Dust Devils. Some things will definitely need to improve for them as well. And I think that's what I was looking at, for, Minnesota State University as they were going into this matchup as, the team that won the head-to-head between, Colonel as well as the Mavericks, and I was looking at them to, show consistency and make it look clean. And that search and destroy was anything but clean. You go to a round 11 against a team that in the past you've dealt with pretty easily. You can imagine that also is something that you do not want to be facing going through these conference play-ins.
It absolutely isn't. I mean, just to give some context as well, the last time these teams faced up, sure, it was a 3-0, but hey, Colonel Esports fan, there is still some hope for you here in this Control. The last Control they played, of course, against Minnesota State, it was on Berlin, but they took it to around 5. So it's not something where Nickel State haven't pushed this team to limits. The hard point wasn't close. They played the S&D as close as you could up until the very end. And now you get to a Control where, again, if you can push this team to the limit, like you said, the hard point, you saw that Mankato can bleed. Here we saw that Mankato has to make improvements before they go against, someone like A&M. And now in the Control, can you finally deliver that blow to where it's like, okay, now we found a map, now we're back in this series, let's find a way to, carve out more for ourselves. They still have hope here in the Control, given that they were able to push it to around 5. Can they play smart? And hey, at least the improvement here, I think the ARs for Nickel State are playing better tonight than they have in weeks prior that we've seen them.
No, I couldn't agree more with you, but now reverse sweep, or you go to the LCQ right now if you're Colonel Esports. You don't even have that chance to, try at the hands of Texas A&M International. As we go to Gavitu Control for our map number 3, a map mode combo that I haven't seen in a very, very long time, but nice to see. Here we get, I guess, the showcase of the AR, something you were looking at for Colonel Esports to step up for into the series. Now I guess this is where they're gonna have to showcase it firsthand. A spear up with a automaton in hand, just gonna slide in, deal with Q-Tip quite easily, and answer back. And a Treco and C-Mac will keep things even on their offense as they're trying to make sure they delay as much of this time, see if they can soak up as much progression here in A as they can. The Wide Dog just spells trouble lurking through mid. He's going to take down Drecko on the inside, and now looking for the respawners.
And Nickel State have to keep themselves an opening or a lane to get out of. Minnesota State, let alone any team, will punish you defensively if you give them the chance to implement a spawn trap. They need to keep an open lane for them to funnel from site to site. They're in decent control now. They survived the first couple waves of kills. They haven't had a full clean 4 down that's punished them too bad. Now they're starting to get a progress, and hey, lives are tied. So for Nickel State, you're looking about as good as you can off this opening break. Can he continue to hang on?
It's not easy to take control of this ship so quickly, but right now, Colonel's Esports looking solid for the start. Here comes the retake as it's a quick 3 down to return back into this one, only giving up a ticket progression as well. Now Y-Dog rotating over to see if you can cut off these rotations. Only one player has slipped through as the rest of Mavericks just looking to punish these respawning players. T-Bam will end up going down, but you can see just the setup that you have to complete chokehold that you're holding on to these Colonel Esports players. It seems impossible to break out of your spawn. Only player who has found his way through is number 3 Q-Tippy, who takes down Klinger and may have just given an avenue back in.
Drecko able to get the player out of top third, that helps, but you've got to win more of these gunfights here on the site. You've got to be ready for it. T-Bam gonna line up a couple more while he's at it. 14 seconds left. You're down 8 lives at this point. It's got to be heroics here in round number 1 for Nickel State to try to pull off any kind of offensive miracles.
Spear up clears out on the inside. Only 1 tick gained. 5 seconds left. It doesn't look like Mavericks, or it doesn't look like Colonels want to give up any more lives here as Q-Tippy does go for one last hurrah. It's a nice bait and switch for Y-Dog to clear out that zone. T-Bam to double up. C-Mac alone on the inside is going to dealt with pretty quickly as this round number 1 goes the way of Mavericks. But I do have to say, you know, Colonel Esports, they didn't look too bad inside that first round. You can see that they were definitely giving them a run for their money over towards A, though only 1 ticket progression. You can see that it could be a lot better for this team.
Yeah, that's really the only thing. You get 2 ticks at A, and that's all. And you have to fire 1 or 2 ticks at A, and that's it. That could be something where if you want to push it to around 5, you're going to have to try to get more ticks on the board to keep it competitive in that regard. At least to keep a defensive,
especially if you want
mentality in mind. So the life discrepancy also slipped away from him. I mean, again, you go 2 4 downs. I know this is simple math, but you go 2 4 downs, and suddenly it's an 8 life discrepancy. That's what happened. It was 23-23, and then it was 21-16 before we even knew it. So they have to find a way to prevent those big plays from happening and losing all their players. A team kill. Hey, you'll take that where you can get it. They don't have control of A just yet. You've got to find a way to win a couple more gunfights here.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh, T-Bam!
Gosh!
RKO out of nowhere.
Off the top rope.
This guy just making it look so clean, and he wants more. He's going to go for number 5, playing for those Shrieks now as T-Bam is single-handedly giving way to this A zone for the rest of Colonel Esports. Gonna slip through towards these docks. Is this the information gonna be there for Colonel at least to take down that forward progression? But now 2 ticks of progression cemented on in. Spear Up's gonna go down. Drecko with the entry in for Q-Tippy to back him up and clear out A.
Play behind it. You have to implement a spawn trap behind this. Punish this team. Get a couple more 4 downs. They cannot just give up map presence and control. And they aren't, which is good. C-Mac in a good position to keep them pinned back. They have to punish this team the same way Mankato did to them the last go around. Don't give them any clean looks at B. They're making the adjustments. They're making the wrap back. So far, so good. But this was the point in the round last time where, again, Minnesota found separation. They found a couple of 4 downs and punished Nickel State for it. This looks like it's shaping up for Nickel State to be able to do the same thing, but these next couple plays have to be smart and are going to be really decisive of the round.
It looks like 3 players here grouped up for Colonel, just looking for a chance to explode onto B. Shark 2 and 10. Not the player you want to have on an island because he hasn't been having the best luck against these Maverick players. Gonna be shut down immediately, and it gives way to this B zone for now. Q-Tippy gonna be spelling some trouble. Klinger on the inside. Gonna soak up as much progress as you can. T-Bam on his wing. A little bit of flank coming through now for Nickel State to get right back into it. Klinger alone on the inside. Q-Tippy just finessing. It's a dance around this tank, and Q-Tippy's gonna lead. Over onto A now is where we take our sights as Drecko up top's gonna get cleared off. That second tick of regression getting worked on now for Mavericks as 23 seconds. They're going to have to extend this at some point. C-Mac's going to be here. Excellent kill on the inside. It's going to force Y-Dog down now onto the inside of this to stop this clock at 21 seconds. But a lot of pressure being laid on here from Colonel. They don't want to give up on the zone. The slide in for the contention is going to be Drecko to clear things out, and Q-Tippy backing him up.
And QW gets streaks behind that. That is huge. You also stop the progress from coming in. Again, a big play that Nickel State needed, a big break that they needed. You get streaks behind it as well. Essentially a double win. Even if they can get on here and win this site, you should close this round out here. You don't want it to go to A if it, or B if it doesn't have to. But again, out of Nickel State, something they needed. They were rewarded for their efforts and streaks. They were rewarded, and now dwindling them down to 5 lives. They're capable of doing the same thing.
TBM looking to be quite the nuisance in this round, and single-handedly gives another minute for this team to work through this offensive round. Life discrepancy is going to be 8-4 in favor of Colonel Esports, so this should be a sure thing for themselves. It is going to take quite the blender to blow up in their face, but here we go. T-Bam's going to strike first. Shark to trade things out. Only 3 lives remaining, though. Y-Dog giving Clear a little bit more leeway on the inside of this B zone, as there's still 40 seconds to play with here. Plenty of time to work through this round. If you are Mavericks, you have to worry about the player on the inside. Clear all alone. Y-Dog's going to get caught out in the open, and things fall apart for Mavericks in round number 2. Colonel Esports, they tie us up, but at quite a heavy cost.
It was quite the cost there. They gave up, more ticks that round as well. But again, they were able to get the job done. They're hanging on. And Q-Tippy, someone who had, what felt like a 8 and 14 hardpoint performance, flipping things around here, nearly double positive, has full streaks. A great round out of Q-Tippy there to help the team bounce back and go 1 for 1. Here on the defenses now. Can they make magic happen offensively? And this spread from them, again, it's a great spread. You've got to win the gunfights behind it. They trade out to start. We'll see if they can do any more damage.
Q-Tip, he has an automaton in hand, too. I was going to call out for this round back on offense for Colonel Esports. So look at this SMG player. Whichever player comes out, it's either Shark or Q-Tippy. And, Shark being 4 and 17 now, I don't expect him to be running that MP40, but it looks like they want to throw Q-Tippy on the auto as well. So 4 automatons going to be thrown for Colonel Esports, and it doesn't give them that, quick pressure that the MP40 may give, allowing those routes for the team. And automatically, Mavericks, they find themselves already spawn trapping the team in the back. 40 seconds on the clock.
They've only lost 2 lives. The streak. He invested, and you invested because you have to find an opening. But you're down 8 lives. It's just such a hard situation because you want to invest to get a lane, but you don't make a play behind it all that well. And now you're out your streak and no progress to work for. I think they could have chalked up this round, saved it for a defensive bind. They didn't. Mankato still punishing them for this, and now with 10 seconds left, down 12 lives, this round's over.
Yeah, 8 seconds left. It's only a matter of time right now as Draco will at least sneak on into A. 8.2 seconds, 12 lives to 24. Actually, you look at Mavericks are giving Draco quite a bit of time on the inside of there. Finally going to clear him out. Now 4 seconds left to clear out this round. T-Bam's going to find Shark in the rotation. Player number 3 going to slip on through. Q-Tippy trying to hold on to things for the life of Colonel Esports, though. Only 0.4 seconds left. So if you are Mavericks, you just need to bide your time, take them down, and take your advantage inside of this control. I mean, talk about huge differences in defensive holds from Minnesota State University of Mankato. They looked like an impenetrable wall in that defensive round.
They really did, and that's because they got their spawn trap set up so early, and you weren't able to find kills behind it to get another opening. I said after Nickel State's opening break, you cannot go 4 down and get put in a spawn trap. Keep a lane open. They kept a lane open for most of that first go around, and then the spawn trap came into the tail end. This one, it was 28 to 21 already off the opening break. So something Nickel State needs to improve on here. They're comfortable to get back on defense. They want to try to get another good win here, though it was hard fought. They'd like to push it to around 5, where at this point, guaranteed offense for them. But off this opening break, Minnesota zoning out, playing a bit quicker around it, and with a lot more boat control.
Oh, look at T-Bam is so fast around the map. That's 6 in a row now. Looking for that glide bomb. Minute 5 of the clock. That A zone already being worked on. T-Pam. Oh my God. Look at him go. 8 in a row now for T-Pam as he is just lighting up that feed with Colonel Esport players. Spearup's going to take care of business on the inside of A zone. This is going so fast as it looks like that rhythm has been found by Mavericks and they look dangerous.
When a player gets going like this, it's hard to do anything but sit and watch. I mean, on an 11 streak, triple positive just about, seemingly ready to chow any player at any angle. I would not be wanting to find T-Bam on the map. I'd be staying far away from P5 at this point. A Progress going to come in. You're down 10 lives defensively, and TBAM still somewhere hunting around on an 11 spree. So all signs pointing towards failure for Nickel State. They are definitely shaking their boots here a little bit. Going to turtle up and do the best they can, but until you can find TBAM, that's kind of the first of your problems.
I mean, this guy's almost got a 3 KD cash. He is putting in the work right now against Nickel State. Looking for more. That's going to be 12 in a row for TBAM. Cutting off the help that you're trying to find if you're Colonel Esports. Now only 11 lives left, and this just does not look pretty for your team. TBAM is picking you apart one by one, and on the inside of the zone, you finally get your feet in. If you are Mankato, so they're going to stop the clock, but here comes the Strakes. Now TBAM is in their spawn, calling in Strakes, just trying to flush them out into the open and rain down hell from above as TBAM's finally going to drop the Shark, but at what cost? The damage has already been done, Cash. His second tick getting worked on. C-Max going to get caught out in the open. Second tick, not cemented just yet. 3 lives left. I mean, this would be... This would be the greatest comeback. This would be the greatest round ever in the history of Gamitsu Control that I've ever seen.
Control ever.
Yeah, in Control and just in general, since it's, you know, inception or since it came to be in Cold War. There's still a minute to work with. You look how cool, calm, and collected Mavericks look right now. All 4 players taking their time, waiting it out. Klinger, cheeky little angle here on the palm tree. Q-Tippy will not allow that. As now Spear up and wide, just looking to clean things up around the outside. Only 2 lives remaining. On the inside, it's going to be Dreco just holding on for their lives. Q-Tippy, top artillery gun, goes down. Now it's all up to Dreco, and they are swarming on his position. Mankato with the 3-0 as they're going to punch their ticket into their conference final.
Great performance from them to take this series dominant at the end. Even though, you know, Mankato won the series in a 3-0, of course they looked composed and dominant in a sense in the hard point. They hadn't had a big moment like that where, you know, it was like, wow, like, again, they still have, I guess what I'm saying is that they still have room to grow, right? They still have improvements they need to make that Nickel State exposed here early on in this postseason. So it wasn't perfect out of Mankato. It wasn't pretty at every point, but they got the job done. And behind an explosive play like that, that's got to be wind in the sails going into tomorrow, going into your match against A&M International.
Yeah, I mean, a 3-0 sweep over Colonel Esports. You couldn't ask for anything better than that. But I do agree with you. You know, room to grow. It's definitely something that we need to highlight here for this team. As it was great, but it wasn't perfect. Mm-hmm. And I think when you're looking at a team like Dust Devils on, you know, coming up next for you, you were hoping for perfect if you were Minnesota State University of Mankato. So going into tomorrow, I mean, your conference finals are tomorrow, so I assume that they're going to be, you know, scoping out that VOD immediately tonight.
Yeah, they definitely need to go to that search and destroy, circle a couple of things where, again, offensively or defensively, they were having struggles. It seemed like the first half, it was offensive struggles for both teams, or defensive struggles, and then it flipped, and it was offensive troubles. So, again, they'll go back and look over that. Of course, I think there's something from every map they can take and have a look at if they, you know, want to really improve and be ready for the squad. I know that they want to, you know, watch a VOD back from also their Full Sail match, or another Full Sail, getting ahead to the next match, from their A&M match from last week, because that would also give them great insight as to what to expect and be ready for. It's 2 slaying Titans, and A&M 3-0'd them the last time around. You know you don't want that to happen again. You want to win your conference and, again, have that chip on your shoulder going into playoffs. But, again, between 2 and 3 and between 1 and 2, there are lots of gaps to fill in and lots of questions to be asked, hopefully for the side of Maverick COD. You come out swinging and ready to prepare for that one.
I mean, I can't wait to see these 2 teams go head-to-head. I know it was, you know, pretty simple for the Dust Devils, but, you know, playing with a chip on your shoulder, with nothing to lose right now if you're Minnesota State University, I mean, that's a dangerous team. You never want to back a team into the corner because it looks like Mavericks, they bite. I mean, they got horns. Look at those. Those horns are sharp inside of that logo. So I know that they're going to come for revenge against Texas A&M tomorrow. The only, you know, question is like what needs to improve from them, you know, to make it happen, to take them down. And if they can't take them down, that is going to be the highlight of their regular season, you know, to take down Texas A&M International in those conference finals. I feel like it's the next step in cementing yourself as a strong team here inside of the Call of Duty Varsity League.
It definitely is. You got to make the Titans bleed. You know, it seems like so many of the same squads can perform at such a high dominant level. Even if it's a 1 and 2 seed, an upset's an upset. You know, whenever you can come in and take down the #1 team, especially going into the rest of the playoff and postseason, that's something where, again, you want your head-to-head. You want to be on the winning side of the head-to-head battles. So, you know, they're drawn up at 0-1 against this team. They want to, you know, get back at them and try to get a big win here in playoffs, where there's always magic in the air and always something. And now that you have LCQs you can bounce back on, hey, you know, take the big chance, make a big play, try to make something happen. But not to get too far ahead of ourselves into insight for tomorrow night, which basically gave our run of show for that. For Nickel State tonight, they have improvements as well. They did good things as well. You know I talked a lot about what we had to see them improve on. I know I've done that week to week with this team. They have made some improvements. And so it's something where, they've made those improvements. They have time to work and continue to iron things out. Can they, you know, again in LCQ, get good reps against teams that we know they're better than, and more so make it dominant to where that they actually can make strides towards getting closer to those 1 and 2 seeds in their conference?
Yeah, and I mean, you know, folks, you know, you just heard it. Don't forget, you know, to tune in tomorrow for more Call of Duty. You don't usually get Call of Duty on Thursdays, but we do get our conference finals, you know, tomorrow as well. So we get a little bit more Call of Duty action throughout the week, and it's going to be a good time. Indeed, Cash. I just have to say, you know, I think when you know, I need to ask you like, immediately, Mankato, this squad, do you think they can take down Dust Devils from what you saw tonight?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think the play was a bit too sloppy tonight against still a solid Nickel State squad, but the way A&M is playing, it is clinical, it is clean, and it's not close. If you slip up the way they did in the S&D to force it to around 11, which again, you can get put in those situations and ice up and go big, and that can be huge. I think there are still some things they need to tighten up on against the iron and razor sharp team and the Dust Devils to take them down. They have an opportunity to, but it's something where they have to make the work and put the work in to make it happen. It's possible. I don't see it happening though.
We're gonna have to wait to find out if we get to see them take down right now the #1 team in the Western Conference. So we gotta wait till tomorrow to see that one, the outcome for that. But for now, we're gonna settle with that. No interview tonight from the Minnesota State University of Mankato, as it looks like they're gonna hit the Vaughns a little bit early and see if they can clean things up for that match tomorrow. Folks, coming up next, though, in our game number 2, we're heading to the east to look at Full Sail Armada versus Baldwin Wallace University. You don't want to miss it. See you on the flip side. stay alive in this series, to keep their regular season hopes for that #1 spot in the conference alive and running. But now the streaks fall. Relay's going to take down Toxic briefly through mid-U. He's falling to second one. MP40 in hand. He rips the head off of Shen.
They need this Graviton Surge. They need this protection against what Glen College is bringing to bear. Be Cool is his blade is great to have, but how'd you get through?
Yeah, we're gonna see the blade come out immediately. Vader finds 4 immediately. I'll leave. We're alive here on a... But they are not alone. Maybe solo. That doesn't mean they aren't enough to defend this spot. Help is coming. The walls are closing. Ali with 3.
Tries to go up. Oh, this is going to be so difficult. Lands into the grab. I don't think this will kill it. It won't. No. But it's Augment. How are they going to get back onto stage here? It's hit by both arrows. That could be enough. If they land a portal, no, goes away instead with the bomb. Giving Augment away back on stage. Gonna be it. That's enough. The Buster Wolf kills.
Mizzou does not hesitate. Knocking it home, gets the game tied up. Good clear, though, from Kansas State off the kickoff. Maybe something to be found. Yeti on the fake. Crims does not play back the other way again. And Mizzou, a 3-on-1 up the field. Dishes it around 1. Disrespecting Kansas State to gain the lead.
No kill.
Deep dive coming out from Ethos. Tower's going to go down. Ghost Toasties hopping in with the rocket jump. Glacial Fisher goes down. And so does Cheha. Big pickup coming out from Arrogant. The shutdown found. Knocks in Guillotine. Taking heads. Arrogant will claim 1 more with the triple.
Oh my goodness.
Welcome back, everybody, to the show. We just got to see the plays of the weeks, and a little bit of shout out to my buddy Priestley over at St. Clair College for making it onto the reel for the plays of the weeks. We also got to see plenty from Smash, from Rocket League, League of Legends, and you can see it week to week here at the NACE Star League. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. You got lots of action across all different titles, not to mention, now that we're in the postseason, you also got to watch out because we're going to have shows on Saturday and Sunday too. So this is an all-week show. We run with no stops, Cash.
It's going to be, it's all 7 days of the week. That's playoffs. There's action anytime you want to tune in. You know, there's always going to be something for you to watch, especially this weekend. It's a big weekend in general, but NACE, like you said, taking no breaks here. And, well, getting back from our break and diving into this matchup between Full Sail Armada and Baldwin Wallace University, it's also going to be, I feel like, a match for the ages in a sense. The last time these guys played in week 2, Baldwin Wallace forced Full Sail to, I think, an unexpected Game 5, you know, something where you expect Full Sail to kind of push around the new kids on the block, and hey, they stood their ground for a bit. So for Baldwin Wallace, this is one you want to try to finish that series out, finish strong, and get that win that you missed last go around.
And I'm excited too because, you know, Baldwin Wallace, when we got to see them back in week #1, we made a fan of you and I. Conwa, in general, definitely shining on a little bit of a podium for this team, leading them to, you know, a very successful 4-3 record for this season. A chance now at those conference play-ins. You go up against Full Sail Armada, a team that you very well could walk away with a win against. And you look at their roster too. We got Conwa, Maddie Melt, Maddie Ice, and Polyester, a player that I don't think we've had, you know, the chance to see on this squad. So Polyester joining them now, you and I get to see him firsthand. Whereas Full Sail Armada, they're going to be repping Nick Boston, Mystical Meathead, and I'm pretty sure if I read things correctly, we're getting a substitute in for Friedlander.
Yeah, and that'll be interesting for the side of Full Sail and how they look to play around having that substitute player. And for Baldwin Wallace, you know, it's trying to build on what you've had all season. And like you said, a successful season at 4-3. It's your first go around here at Collegiate COD. Successful season at that. They want more. In our conversation we had with Conwell weeks ago, something where they want to continue to grow and they're not satisfied with, you know, mediocrity. They want to try to go for the best. And, well, speaking of the best, this series, I mean, moment of silence, Seymour, just have a look at this. I mean, it's the best. It's just the best looking series you could ask for. Tuscan Bocage, Tuscan Bocage, Tuscan, not a Berlin in sight. I'm excited.
I mean, I was gonna say, I feel like these are two teams after your heart, Cash, with what we're seeing.
They are, win or lose. I'm a fan of both. I've been waiting all season for this, and they finally treat me. I don't care who wins.
Well, we do get to see, both, or at least one Tuscan for this. But the fact that these two teams, they went all the way to a Game 5 last time, we might be in for the whole ride of all 5 of these maps. So I'm excited to see if we can get down the line. Now, to talk about these teams in general, as we both had our predictions, right on the mark with Baldwin Wallace University coming off of that Game 5 win. Maybe not as, comfortable as they would have hoped for, but the score lines that we were looking at, I mean, this team definitely looks like, with a little bit of VOD review, looking over those games that we saw, definitely a team that, can potentially take down this Full Sail team yet again and find themselves in those conference finals.
Sometimes you can find yourself being a team's kryptonite. I mean, Full Sail, they did have another Game 5 series against Northwood this season, but a team, again, out of Baldwin, you look at who their Game 5s were against, or the teams they kind of struggled or had to put up against them. Again, I wouldn't have expected a Baldwin Wallace to be in that conversation, but they are. So I just, it feels like, again, that postseason, we've talked about enough tonight, that magic's in the air, right? That Baldwin Wallace maybe has enough grit, enough of that secret recipe there to kind of get things done against this Full Sail squad. And, well, looking at it here tonight, they have no choice other than to do that if they want to advance and play on without dropping down to LCQs. And for Baldwin Wallace, I think their major key to success, especially in what we saw against them against Full Sail, is they need help with Conwa. Conwa can't be the only one finding slaying kills and the only one, trying to do objective work. Now, that was week 2, that was a while ago, and, I expect things to kind of be a little more ironed out here. This is our first look at them in a while, but I expect some help for Conwa against the Full Sail squad that is more than fleshed out between all 4 players.
With 2 identical names between Maddie Melts and Maddie Ice, I expect to see a little bit of dynamic duo between those 2 to help him out. So definitely going to have my eyes on those players throughout this first game, see how they perform. And on the other side, I mean, with a substitute on your team for Full Sail Armada, Lavelle stepping into this roster, is he going to be the piece that they need to take this team down the second go around? Full Sail, a little bit of a monster in their closet right now as they're looking across the field against Baldwin Wallace. Let's hop on board with game number 1, Tuscan Hardpoint. Cash. Let's dive in.
And for the side of Full Sail Armada, you're starting on the favored side for P2, the unfavored side for P1. So Baldwin gonna get to this time first, gonna bully out this mid-map battle. They have a couple more gunfights to take, and who is it other than Conwa opening up with the first 2 bloods? A little ice over the top out of Maddie to get the grenade kill, and it's a clean 4 down for Baldwin Wallace.
It is, and maybe this is something that Full Sail struggle with, the quick playstyle of Conwa, that fast SMG running that you do see out of this player. Can be something to stump them throughout the middle map rotations. This Maddie Ice holding things down on the inside of this point. The contention is going to come through. Conwa gets shut down on the rotation, but on the inside, all the gunfights go the way of Baldwin Wallace. They have flawless so far throughout this first hill.
Getting a substantial amount of time, and even if they lose rotation, which you'd hope they put eyes on at some point, you're getting 50 seconds out of this P1. That's quite the margin of error to give yourself as you try to break into P2. So they're going to be from their starting blocks, working over and across the map to P2, and you expect Full Sail to start to get some kills on board here, but a slow start out of them where they've simply been taken by surprise. Maddie Ice finally falling for the first time here, and Maddie Melts trying to get the job done in radio, going to fall as well. So it's 4 down once again. Trying to work through Church and P5 for the break, but Full Sail in control.
Yeah, you find surface to stand on now if you're Full Sail, though the second go around you don't have the same success. Conwa gets 3 in a row. That's going to break on through the Full Sail Armada to get into the second hill and continue the dominance that we've seen so far off the hot start at Baldwin Wallace have given us. Conwa still on the flank here, looking to spell trouble in behind. Finds the first on the platform, dives on into the point, though, into the open arms of Lavelle. And a great answer back from Full Sail. Still some trouble inside the contention. Meathead's got to win this one out, but Maddie Melt's playing for the scrap time, and it looks like Maddie Ice is going to get that scrap time.
Polyester wins a big 1v1 in the back to lock down P3 spawns. Conwa pinching through the front, is able to get there before his player and teammate Polyester falls. Nick able to find a big 2-piece, but at least for Baldwin Wallace, you do lose out on the rotation, but you are close enough to get quick contention on this. Maddie Melts and Maddie Ice with wonderful tactical play here to kick things off. Another great kill to get the player off time. And for Baldwin Wallace, an aggressive, a fast-paced, and now a rewarding opening 3 hills.
Yeah, Matty Mel's just tucked away in the back. Now you see the nade spam inside. It's hard to stay alive. It's hard to play a little bit of dodgeball with these grenades if you're Baldwin Wallace. And you can see that Nick will finally find a way in. 2 kills to their name. Meathead's going to back them up. It's a full house between those 2 players. And now looking to get a little bit closer to even through this series. Some close pressure from Conwa, but the rest of the players from Baldwin Wallace are actually going to be focused on the rotation to Church.
I like it. I like that they're settling down and trying to get a clean P4 hold. You know, Conwa going to give one last go for scrap and cut down for it, but hey, you're going to spawn close to P4, so not the worst challenge in the world. Now you can't afford to lose many more people. Mystical on top Church, finding a kill. Maddie able to trade it out. You get a halfway decent setup here for P4. The break and pinch going to be on as you give up spawns, and now you got to battle back in for Baldwin Wallace.
It's 50 seconds to pick up. Lots of time here. Matty Ice just waiting in line, waiting to strike, but he doesn't need to. Matty melts the inside. Gonna take care of business. 11 and 7 too. So backing up Conwell when it does come to the slang and finding hill time as well. You can see Full Sail now looking for a way in around Church. Lavelle striking in the back. It's gonna be Nick to back him up. They're gonna play it out, and the trades actually favor them though. Still with those close respawns, you can see Baldwin Wallace laying this pressure onto the shoulders of these Full Sail players. Won't be able to hold on and retain this time for now. They're gonna have to play for the fight. Matty Ice lines up 3 to get it done. Scrap time back to Baldwin Wallace.
And Baldwin Wallace are just they're marginally outslaying Full Sail, but they're trading so well. They're seeing, you see a pinstripe kill feed where they just end up winning the numbers game at the tail end of things. Full Sail wins another rotation over at P5, but again, when the push comes to shove and the break comes in, there, Lavelle gets the kill, Maddie's able to trade it out. You get it on the time, Meathead finds a kill. You have a player at least in position to trade it out, though Meathead finds a double there. Baldwin Wallace have put themselves in great situations here to keep these hills close.
Yeah, but now looking for the break from below. Matty Ice. Oh, those shots almost good. Mystical just barely bouncing to dodge it away. And that's 3 down for Baldwin Wallace. Should lay way to some good time here for Full Sail to pick up. Nade kill from Nick onto Meathead. Should spell some trouble now that Matty Ice is just down into the depths of this building. The break could come through off of that team kill in 20 seconds that you would have liked to have if you were Full Sail.
And I said Conwa, you know, given their week 2 growth that we had hoped to see, now sitting here in what is like week 7 of Nace, said that, that Conwa needed help, and he's getting that, right? This team, they needed time to gel, they needed time to work out everyone's roles and situations, and it's been a while since we've seen them. Well, that while has panned out very well for this team. It's a nearly clean kill feed for the P1 rotation, a 30-point lead starting our second set. All 4 players firing here.
My man Conwa is on a tear right now. 4 in a row, almost finding number 5. Just has to back up and respect the gunfights there from Full Sail because, all in all, Full Sail not out of this just yet as they're only 50 points down. Looking for the rebreak here. Meathead leading the charge. It's going to rip off the head of Polyester. And Lavelle finally getting that break for the team. Now Full Sail into this one. 30 seconds that they definitely want to have to bring this one back down to a 20-point differential, though. Baldwin Wallace, they don't want to give it up here. Gonna make one last hurrah at this one. Mystical just biding their time, playing it low, and the nade to open things up for that gunfight. It's an excellent play out of Mystical.
The slang starting to even up here. Out of Full Sail, what was a really slow start, but look at how devastating more so the hill time is. Matty Ice with 146, Matty Mills with 116 respectively. No one with 60 seconds of hill time for Full Sail. Still distributed evenly, but 2 players really, you know, showing out in the objective column. Something Full Sail haven't had an answer for now that they've caught back up with Slang.
Quick response here from Baldwin Wallace. It's a good time, though, for Full Sail. Meathead just finessing on the inside. A little bit of overwatch there from Nick, though. Flank now. You gotta watch out for this Polyester. Gonna strike the spawns for Baldwin Wallace. Gonna be right there, so Matty Ice gets to back him up immediately. Caught off for the break on the inside, and that's trouble for Full Sail on the inside, as you do see. At the trades. A little bit back and forth. The split kill feed. Red and blue. Nobody inside the hill for these 21 seconds is going to fight tooth and nail, though. Conwa. Nice little lineup for 2. Going to give way to the scrap time. Now a race to B3.
Going to be a 2v3 over here. Mystical opens up with the first win. And for Polyester, you're just trying to play your life. Give your team, you know, spawns that would be more so favorable if you were able to win a couple gunfights. Not going to be the case. It's going to be a march across the map as Full Sail opens up with a good amount of time, and they can't afford a break here. Baldwin Wallace inching closer and closer, just 30 seconds away from that 200-point mark, which can quickly snowball to that 250, but have battled back into this one. Less than 20 points needed now for the lead, and they have a solid P3 hold that Baldwin Wallace have yet to figure out. Of course they figured out.
Oh, man, they figured it out in a matter of seconds. Nick's on 4 in a row, has to go big in the back. Little shots there on a polyester. Can he get it done? No, 2 line up. It's just struggle fest right now when it comes to kills for Full Sail Armada. It has giving the avenue on in for Baldwin Wallace to make this so hard to hold on to. Still, though, Full Sail gonna take their first lead here in Tuscan. 16 seconds to pick up 2 in the end here. Baldwin Wallace, they don't want to give it away for free, so they're gonna send some players, but it is going to blow up in their face. Now, Full Sail, this is their chance to run away.
And Nick slipped through to get spawns in the back. They have to be so aware of this. Now they are, but again, this could be the spawn out situation for Baldwin Wallace. We'll see where that player comes in. They do come in the back behind the trade out of Maddie Melts. They didn't get a clean setup here last time around. It's the same thing here, but they've got to be ready for these gunfights coming from the front as you have a player in Maddie Ice spawn out.
All players just surrounding this one. Baldwin Wallace a little bit trapped, and this is exactly where Full Sail want them to be. Con was looking to hold on to the inside. It's actually going to dip on out. A little bit of a route pit maneuver to get in behind. Maddie Melts to back up on the inside. Nice kills coming through from Ballers, but is it enough to hold on? Meathead trying to finesse enough to get through this one. It's just not going to happen. A little bit of a blitz on the inside here from Nick. He's going to line them up. An excellent break at a Full Sail. A 5-point game between both of these teams. Conwa desperately trying to get back in, but Full Sail have set up a wall in the church, and they're not allowing Baldwin Wallace through.
More importantly, they're continuing to extend their lead. Conwa gets in for a great amount of scrap time, as I don't believe Full Sail are going to give this another look. Spawn's a little crazy. Mid-map also up for grabs, and a 6-point lead as we go to P5. Full Sail have won this rotation every single time, but it's always Baldwin Wallace who gets the last laugh, gets the final break, and we're going to be closing things out here on a P1. Woo! But for now, P5, mixy as ever. Baldwin Wallace, they're in.
I was gonna say, we are in for a little bit of a ball right now throughout this P5. The nades, it is an explosion fest. Dust on the field, and when the dust settles, it's gonna be Full Sail Armada. 4 down in their favor. Baldwin Wallace facing the lights right now. They do not want to give this up.
They've got to find a way to get in. Mystical hops out of time just to find a kill here. You're not able to trade it out. Another 3-down situation, and you have to get on P3, which is going to cost you P1 rotations. It's got to be perfection for Baldwin Wallace from here on out. They need to dip a toe in for a couple seconds, and, well, Full Sail starting to rally here at the perfect time. Just 10 points needed to close out map number 1. A team kill comes in. The contest comes in long enough, but you've got to focus rotation. You've got to get there now if you are Baldwin Wallace. Gunfight mid-map goes Maddie Melt's way. It's a 1v3 on P1. Nick takes the first, and we'll see what they're able to do behind this.
Oh, Nick's all alone on the inside, though. Only 1 second left, and they don't touch Baldwin Wallace. A blunder on Tuscan, and they give up game number 1. It was all looking good as ever throughout the first sets of rotations, but cash in set number 3. Full Sail, they pull ahead in P3, and they never look back.
It really took off for them at P3. The slaying had caught up. They just needed to sequence more hill time behind that. You know Full Sail's bound to get there at some point, and they do. Like you said, a blunder for Baldwin Wallace there, given that they had the lead for majority of that game. It was P3, the second set of rotations, and the last 2 hills to follow that punished them for it. Baldwin Wallace come close. They took the last one by a marginal victory. This one they lose by a marginal, near sizable victory of 40 points. Stay in it for a while, but again, the comeback that they allowed was just, that was a tough one to lose. You thought you had that one in the bag.
You look back at this replay, and it seems like this was just the difference maker. Mystical, the magic man of Full Sail, suddenly alongside Meathead, they just come alive. And it was like a beast was awoken inside of the bellies of these Full Sail players. And I don't know what happened after that P3 in the second set of rotations, but we were looking at a completely different team. Full Sail, they looked amazing at the end of that hard point.
They really did, and again, they were able to find the kills behind their objective time, but I think for them, they won most of the rotations in that hard point. It was just they couldn't stop Baldwin Wallace from breaking there. They were able to hold off those waves of pushes from coming in. They may go 2 or 3 down, but they always kept the numbers or the close spawns. They did the hard work that requires, that asks, rotation and stuff, and they were able to do that. That's what gives them close spawns. That lets them get back in time sooner. They were doing the fundamental things of hardpoint right, and were rewarded for it there at the end by winning rotations, by, you know, ironing out and trying to get close spawns, doing things like that. So, you know, they were rewarded for fundamental gameplay, and I can't knock them for it. It's something that we saw them start to close that gap closer and closer and closer. P3 hits. They win P4 rotation after getting most of P3. And from there, they had won P5 every go around. It just seemed like they could do no wrong the tail end of those rotations. So an impressive stand from them, being down the deficit they were. It wasn't more than 50 or 60 points at any given time, but it seemed like Baldwin Wallace was continually finding points right up until that 170 mark.
Well, I mean, Baldwin Wallace, they're not out of it. That's only game number 1, so he gets to kind of like take things down a notch and talk about the search and destroy. But yeah, I mean, that's just something to expect when you're looking at a team like Full Sail, who took the likes of Northwood University all the way to a K5. They got the magic in them, and you know, they got the ice that you cannot teach to a couple of these players. And now Full Sail looking to ride that momentum into Bocage. However, talk to me a little bit about Baldwin Wallace going into the search and destroy. What are you looking at here?
I'm looking for continued, you know, kill tempo, right? The pacing that they play around those fast kills, but it's having the game awareness to know the time and place for it, right? You can't fly at everything all the time, but again, this Baldwin Wallace team, where they've turned heads in this conference, let alone in the collegiate scene, is what the pacing and the smarts that they play at, right? When they turn things up, I mean, again, just to, you know, recency bias reference our last series, they look like a team like Mankato, where when they say go, they can collapse on a site and have their way. It's a squad that have turned heads because of it. Can you play with the smarts around it to, you know when to back off and when to go full steam ahead?
Oh, well, Full Sail, they left the bomb in their spawn for a while, so Lavelle had to go pick that one up. It's going to slow down this offense, allow Baldwin to really set things up here as a little bit of information. Beautiful nade onto Nick. Should back them up, though. It doesn't seem like it's deterred them one bit. Full Sail just waiting for a chance to explode into Grandma's house. And Meathead's going to give the go-ahead. And it's green light on in. And Connell is going to get dropped.
Baldwin Wallace wasn't giving up anything, but when they did, they got picked for it. Matty Ice able to respond. Mystical trades it out once again. A 2v3 with bomb down. You're all here on the site. Can you find a couple kills behind it is the question.
Oh, Matty.
No one giving up anything here. You're going to damage a player and back them down, but it's a lot of action happening everywhere. And for the side of Full Sail, they're able to make sense of the madness. They get the offensive round, go ahead and win.
There's a method to the madness that you saw right there. As soon as Full Sail University took control of Grandma's house, you take Conwa out of the mix. It got mixy, it got chaotic, and it seems like, you know, at the end of the Tuscan, that's where they thrive. They thrive in the chaos, and that is an excellent way to just continue that momentum and really set pace in the search and destroy.
It is, and teams that can make sense of chaotic situations and stay composed and execute their plays are teams that find a lot of success, not only in the regular season, but postseason. So Full Sail not doing anything out of the realm of expectation for them. Meathead going to get in the mix, but not going to be able to take 2 for 1. Conwa throwing some shoulders, not going to give away a life here. A smart play out of them as Polyester finds a second in the round, and now this round even quicker than the last go around, crumbling. A B plant coming in and one player left. You figure this is about where they could be. Conwa gonna go for the kill.
I was gonna say, it's one of those moments you're looking at their cash, just anything you could do, I could do better. It's Baldwin Wallace. They may have lost that Tuscan, but they do not want to give up on the search.
They respond back and strike back in a big way. Defensively, they didn't even play bad last go around. It was just more so whenever the side of Full Sail wanted to go for the bomb, they had players in position and were just ready for the gunfights given around the map. They played it slow. They didn't give up anything. You forced Full Sail to have to make a play objectively. Unfortunately, the kills didn't follow around that, so I expect a bit of the same here out of them. Full Sail, you scooped the bomb up off the rip, so maybe a quicker offensive push coming in from them here. But the same setup out of Baldwin Wallace as we saw last go around. Polyester finds another big first blood.
A little bit of change, though, in the play of this game. And the round is that first blood from Polyester is something that he didn't really have, and Conwell played patiently out of Grandma's house. Doesn't want to dive deep into the belly of the beast just yet. Rotation around over to B with this bomb, and an excellent call here from Baldwin Wallace. Mighty Eyes looking to give a little bit of backup to their team, but it doesn't seem like Full Sail really sure on what they want to do through the middle of the map. Nick's going to take the 1v1 versus Matty Ice, take him down, and return this to a 1 life differential. Bomb still undecided if they want to go to B or A. You got plenty of time, 41 seconds, and I think they're going to let Baldwin Wallace stir for a second.
try to catch someone out of position. And for Baldwin Wallace, you're not giving it up. For Full Sail, the lack of information, you have time, but the information is not there. Mystical trying to make a play. Conwa has him looking at the sky after those melees, able to get the kill, and you find the other behind it. Again, just great awareness out of Baldwin Wallace. A lot of teams defensively would be like, I'm going to go hunting, I'm going to go find these kills and get caught out. Full Sail was trying to bait them into that. They stuck to their guns and got the round win. Now they go up 2-1 after finding 2 straight.
That's back-to-back rounds at a Baldwin Wallace. They may have gotten stumped in that first round defense, but in the second one, excellent adaptations, Cash.
Great adaptations from them there. Conwa on a 5 streak as well, something worth noting. The only player really in the lobby having a fantastic slaying performance here. Gonna take the bomb and lead the charge over towards this A site. The stun check is good, gets information, and you're like, we're gonna take Grandma's first here, not give you a chance to make a play. Meathead.
Oh, Meathead. Gotta be careful here.
Here's the trade, the bait and switch, it's there, it's in. You find the kill. Now, Polyester looking over at your tank. You want to try to get this bomb down or maybe bait out an aggressive defensive player, but for Full Sail, you're gonna back down for the time being.
6 in a row for Conwa, so he doesn't want to give this away for free. Nice stun there from Mystical. Ooh, nade to back it up. Only going to drop Conwa down to 35. No backup damage there as Matty Mel's in a position just to watch over his comrade. This full rotation is here from Full Sail University. They know Baldwins are trapped, but I love this rotation. They just get out.
You make the call, you make the decision. Now Full Sail reading it, and Mystical gonna get a lot of information here. Can he catch Conwa off guard? Is able to, but the trade comes in, so it's a 2v2. The call is gonna be made. The bomb is working B. Can you get it down quickly behind it before Lavelle gets in position L, and player 4 and Nick is able to pinch through mid-map? What's the call? What's the play? Where do the kills come in? Nowhere yet, but shots ringing out. Nick gets the last laugh there.
Oh, and Nick's just gonna tuck away. Peeks on out, catches the Baldwin Wallace player with his pants down, trying to recover that bomb off the ground, and Full Sail answer back with their own defensive round. And Nick, quite a big play through the middle of the map to find both kills. I think both kills with the pistol too.
Did find both there with the pistol and able to strike back, tied this back up 2-2. Baldwin Wallace were making good decisions. The wrap back was clean in a sense as far as all players rapping at the same time, but they had misinformation, not aware that Full Sail was also making the wrap back to be a great play defensively for Full Sail to respond, and now they put themselves in a good position here on offense, once again pushing out this A site.
Yeah, you're a little bit upset there if you're Baldwin Wallace that Conwa doesn't get that shriek either, so that's a huge play from Full Sail to shut that down. Conwa looking for the route in the back. Are they going to read it? It doesn't seem like they will, and he strikes. It's the life advantage for Full Sail as they get that bomb planted at A, trapped on this patio. As the pinch is starting to stem for them, Conwa got his work cut out for them on the inside. Lavelle clears things out in the back, and Conwa gets dealt with simply through Grandma's, and Full Sail finds back-to-back rounds to give them their lead back.
3 1v1s, all go down at the same time, all Full Sail. Offensively, we said they were trapped in that site, but they didn't make it look like it at all. Cool, calm, and collected is how this team looks to play when things get crazy. It's been offense, it's been defense, it's been back and forth, and we've gotten a little bit of everything here through 5 rounds of S&D.
It's just one of those, you're stuck in here with me, I'm not stuck in with you, and Full Sail, they definitely showcased their skill in that round. Now looking to bring their lead up by 2. They looks like they want to fight fire with fire as they just battle it down through the middle. Back and forth kills as it's a stripped kill feed. We sit in a 2v2. Mystical gets the wheels put on him as Polyester hits the brakes and pulls thing into a 2 versus 1. Lavelle last alive on the flank, and they have no idea this is happening. Lavelle might just be in a perfect position to bring this to a 1v1. Knows he's not going to be too far behind. Polyester from below is the pistol to get it done. Full Sail Armada now up by 2.
Now you're starting to garner some real momentum, right? 3 straight rounds behind a 1v2 clutch of Lavelle. Polyester just caught out. Not ready for the trade. That top barn position, so critical. You can bounce from mid-map to an outer lane like that. Lavelle taking advantage of it, and up 4-2, 1 round away from match point. And for Baldwin Wallace, you're in your first 2-round deficit that you have to claw back out of. Again, a blunder of a round offensively. You should have played that back-to-back and found a way to get it done. The trade's not there, given the positioning of Lavelle. And now for Full Sail, you can play a bit more confidence. You're going to double nade out tank, but no one's going to be home. Polyester opting to change positions.
Look at how fast they are. Polyester on the staircase. A lot on the plate here for this AR, but Nick with the boomstick answers first. The flank coming through from Matty Ice might be spelling trouble for the team. Allows a way in for Conwa now to give way to a life advantage here for Baldwin Wallace. Meathead's going to bring things back, but a return out of Matty Melts. 2v1 in the back. Meathead equalizes 1v1 on the inside. Oh, they're going to be side by side, and trades galore through a bocage. We get a little bit of a cage match.
Feels like it's going down in something more similar to an octagon. I mean, the way these guys are going at it back and forth, hunting and finding these kills. Quite the battle going down. For Baldwin Wallace, you keep it close. You more so avoid Full Sail getting to match point and keep clawing your way back into this one. You would love to respond with 2 or 3 or even 4 rounds of your own just to take this one in a row. But you'll take what you can get round by round. A great response out of them. You win the trade battle. Can you
better trading
first
too?
Blood? Yeah, better trading indeed, and better positioning. Polyester not playing the same position twice, getting caught by the double nade. Really heads up out of them, and it's a quick plant on this A site. It's gonna be a 4v4
Matty
retake.
Ice. I love this play. They get the bombs down. They try to force some aggression. A quick retake, stun on in. Matty Ice gonna be caught out. Nick gonna take down that first one. Matty Melts working through this flank. 2 down now for Full Sail, or full Baldwin Wallace. Is this flank, or is this retake is looking good? They're going to hop the defuse right off the bat. Is anybody going to be there? Matty Melts, he's going to check the bomb. Nobody's going to look at it. And Full Sail, they get away with murder.
There's not a better way you could have described that. Again, I love when teams stick the hop because you can just have your teammates make enough noise to where you can't get clean eyes on the bomb. You know that everyone's overgrouped up on A plat. What are you going to pop out and look at apart from down the barrel of someone's gun? They don't check the bomb at all to look for someone who could have hopped it. Full Sail take full advantage. Now put themselves at map point here.
And I guess that's the bane of those quick plants is, the false sense of security you have.
Yeah.
As a team, and they're just not able to set up in a post plant quick enough. That retake, Full Sail hot on the heels of Baldwin Wallace, now looking to take a lead here in the series, up by 2. Nick Mystical making some magic happen already in this round. Lavelle's just gonna push this issue. Conwa all alone, 1v2. What's a 1v3? So looking to clutch up for the team right now and make something happen. Bomb is down, 56 seconds, but both players on polar opposite sides of the map. Conwa might just be getting a blessing in disguise. Mystical's getting cut out for free. And Conwa a chance to give a team another shot.
Had a lot of work to do to wrap back to this bomb. Nick playing top grandmas, looking over at the A site. I don't know if Nick's aware that bomb is down. Playing like he is aware of it. Oh, excuse me, I had that mixed up in my head. Nick grabs bomb, is able to scoop it. Conwa defensively, playing smart in L. And this B-Rap, this should be great timing if Nick cuts it short and doesn't do his diligence.
Conwa's just gotta wait, 20 seconds left. Nick might be cutting corners here with waiting for the time to plant. Conwa's gonna walk out into the open. They have no idea, but Conwa with the 1v3, and he gets it done. He keeps Baldwin Wallace alive here on Bocage, and we're not done yet.
Not done yet. Some of these plays, man, I'm just like, of course we're gifted with the X-ray, right? The ability to see through walls, and man, some of these plays are just a matter of who's going to look to their left or right first. Conwa checks both ways before crossing. 11-5 now here. You need 2 straight to win it. No room for error left. And offensively, you haven't found a whole lot of success, let alone your last go-around where you got what seemed like ninja'd off that quick plant. As you said, some false sense of security with the quick plant. Now playing a little bit slower, trying to catch someone out on a pick, but Full Sail doing just the same defensively.
Yeah, they know their map's on the line right now, and they don't want to put Conwa in another 1v3. I mean, he got it done in the last time, but 9 times out of 10, Full Sail clean it up there. So a lot more cautious here out of Baldwin Wallace. They need to find an opening pick soon. Only 1 minute left. And it might be Conwa here looking to make this play. Polyester working slowly around the back. Both players from the Matties keeping it close throughout their spawn. But Conwa might make a break over towards B here. And if he's not careful, Mystical might be able to flank this one out unchecked too. Nobody's watching the flank through mid. But Mystical does back off.
Conwa trying to bait out any information, Full Sail giving nothing, and it's fine because you're on defense. Let them make a play. Now noise being made. Now you've let chaos ensue. Matty Melts up with the first blood. Bomb is going down, and I don't know that you have the angle, but Meathead can collapse on this. Get Conwa killed. A 3v2 situation. Can you act quickly around it for Baldwin?
16 seconds left. Now 13. Matty Ice in a 1v1. Meathead gonna get it behind. Make it a 2v1 though. As Baldwin Wallace, they do have the advantage. They gotta get this bomb down though. And he doesn't get there in time.
Gosh.
I don't think he has this. Oh, it's down to the wire, but 2v1 bomb down. Meathead kind of make this play on the inside. 1v1. Polyester gets wiped off the board. 35 seconds left.
He didn't see
Matty
him.
Ice looking to clutch up again. Meathead's gonna get the information through the window, spots him out. Both players just being so cautious on this one, but you gotta stay alive here for your Matty Ice. He's gonna dip away, drops into the pit, finessing his life as best as he can. 20 seconds left. Meathead looking to catch him on the rotation, though. Meathead doesn't know anything right now. They are just passing each other in the night. 12 seconds left as Matty Ice is looking to get things done for the team on the full rotation. All he has to do is check the bomb, and we got a round 11.
Woohoo! Nothing like a game of cat and mouse to send us to around 11. You couldn't have played that better. And Matty Ice never got Ice on bomb at any point in that. At any point, Meathead could have stuck and defused that cleanly. But hey, that's Ice you can't teach. And I think that's also knowing player tendencies that Meathead is going to try to go hunting for that kill. You roll the dice. You hit the mark.
Oh.
And now you put yourself in a position to take this map again.
That is Ice Cash. That's Matty Ice right there.
Great plays to get the team back in striking distance. You were down 5-4 at one point. 4-2 even at that, and now you put yourself in a great spot. This is it. Defensively, you just need one more hold. You can tie the series up 1-1. Can't get caught out on a first blood, but the Rapid players, Reen Lavelle, might be able to shoot two of these players in the side if he plays his cards right.
Oh, it is just side by side, neck and neck, millimeters just holding the distance between these two. A couple lines of sight just not going their way, and Baldwin Wallace, they don't want to give things away. Polyester did get caught out in the same position last time. A lot more cautious here and now. Conway's going to make the play all the way through. Barnes strikes first on Meathead. Polyester looking to back him up, see if he can catch them in a little bit of a flustered way, and they are. Conway gets away with his life too and stays alive. 33 seconds, he backs him up.
Panic. Coming in now for Full Sail, because now you have 26 seconds left and don't have control of a bomb site. Matty must find one to trade out the kill from Lavelle. A 3v2. Even then, you don't have comfort to get the bomb down. Nick finds one. It's a 2v2. Conway gets bombed down mid-map, and that should be the round. 10 seconds left to make a play. Can you get the bomb down? Can you find the kill? Answer.
No, he can't.
No, Baldwin Wallace. Down 2 rounds. Excuse me, down 3 rounds. It was 4-3. We were able to take that in a 4-2 fashion to close out map number 2. What a response from this is the resilience that, again, Full Sail had resilience map 1, Baldwin Wallace showed map number 2. This is what postseason COD is all about. Who can ice up, who can clutch up, who can go big at the right moments, and Baldwin Wallace strike back down 5-4. Take map number 2. I mean, now we've got ourselves a series.
I was going to say, this is the moments we live for, Cash, in the postseason Call of Duty. You get Conwa 1v3, and then you get a Matty Ice clutch in a 1v1. 35 seconds, he has to hold on to that bomb, and he plays it to a T. I mean, Baldwin Wallace, they ice up in that game number 2, and Full Sail heartbroken after that loss. I mean, they were riding the momentum, they were riding the wave off of that Tuscan map number 1. Oh, Baldwin Wallace, a little bit of a stump in the game plan that was there, and now we go even. We're guaranteed a second Bokash.
And that Bokash is hardpoint, and I can't wait. I'm so glad we at least got to map 4, but like you said, cause for concern in a sense for Full Sail, right? You're not going to panic, and it's not like everything's on fire and they're freaking out at the situation. You know teams are going to push you to the limit, but they've been here before, and they've been in the Game 5 situation. You know, we talked to Full Sail after they had won their victory. To give a little more context on their last matchup, it was a Game 5 that Full Sail in Map 5 6-0'd the last S&D. It was a very anticlimactic Game 5. They played it, 6-0'd them, and it just felt like, oh, we did all this work to get to a Game 5 for it to be a shutout. It was crazy to see from Full Sail, and having talked to the player in the post-game interview, they were saying, we knew we were the better team, we just were letting things get to us. You know, that was our first map we had dropped all season, and that got to us in Map 3, and then we found ourselves again just having to execute better on our game plan, and so they clutch up in map 5, they go big in dominant fashion, close it out 6-0, and here, I mean, again, Baltimore is showing... Baltimore is also a much different looking team than week 2, for the better. And for Full Sail, you know, they've been in this situation before. They don't want to give this team a chance for the Game 5 because you know Baldwin Wallace is going to try to play that one much, much closer.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, that Game 5 victory for Full Sail was against the team waiting for you up next, Northwood University. So, I mean, the fact that you could take down that team but struggle against a team like Baldwin Wallace University at times, it just shows how close and how tight-knit this conference is, and why I think this is probably my favorite conference of all, is just how close these matchups are. I mean, whether we get Baldwin Wallace versus Northwood or Full Sail versus Northwood, I'm expecting a treat. But going into this game number 3, Tuscan Control, after seeing, you know, that Tuscan hardpoint go the way of Full Sail, do you expect it to, you know, go the same way, or do you think Baldwin Wallace, you know, could potentially, you know, walk away with this game 3 and take a respawn off the team?
Hopefully they have something up their sleeves. The last go around they took both hard points and the control was a 3-0. I would of course like to think that in 4 weeks this team has made control improvements, though we haven't seen them much since. I'm not sure. I still expect Full Sail to feel pretty comfortable here, but Baldwin Wallace also didn't take a search and destroy their last matchup. So again, I think it's an unfair assessment to use the last matchup, even though of course these teams played at one point in the season. I think they're both completely different teams. We already have the script flipped through 2 maps on what happened the last go around. Baldwin Wallace took the hard point, Full Sail took the S&D. Here tonight, it's the opposite. So anything could happen here. We're also on Tuscan the last go around. We were on Berlin. So I think this one's going to play differently. I think Baldwin Wallace played a good Tuscan, but Full Sail could clutch up. So I expect them to still kind of have that X-Factor ability in their back pocket to go big when the play needs it. If they can play it smart in the respawn to slaying, they got up to speed with Baldwin Wallace. Can they execute better plays around that in the respawn? We'll have to find out because, again, these are 2 very different looking squads from the last time we saw them. I can see either of them taking any mode in this series. It's going to be who can step up and make the big play. It was Matty Ice there the last go around in the search and destroy, and it was Meathead in the map 1 hard point. So again, this is going to come down to micro decisions and execution of plays without hesitation for sure.
I mean, we get ourselves a treat. I'm ready to strap in and ride this roller coaster all the way through the series, as going into map number 3 after winning out on that search and destroy, Baldwin Wallace, they have turned this into a swing map mode combo, as it looks like in this Tuscan. Now their chance to swing the momentum and turn the tides of battle in their favors. We're going to be looking at getting into this control. We got Baldwin Wallace University starting off on the defense, or on the offense, and Full Sail starting on defense.
Baldwin Wallace is going to come out with something to prove here in this hard point. As far as playing around P1 goes, they play it really well, and off this opening break it's looking no different. Of course, you have Hoodie Tellian for Matty Ice, and well, off to a 2-0 start. A control sub that they like to make and play around. Off the opening break, you're going to get shut down, but you expect them to get back in quickly behind Conwa and make another break and attempt at this.
I mean, Conwa was a lethal weapon back in that hard point, and it's nice to see, you know, for the sake of Baldwin Wallace and the control, that he has not skipped a beat. He's going to find a third, too, just to hold on to things inside of this first zone. As this is looking lights out now for Baldwin Wallace to select this second set of progression, though Lavelle spelling a little bit of trouble, going to be dealt with pretty quickly by Telly. Second tick still not cemented for this team. Telly wraps around, takes down Mystical, and that second tick locked on in. Now working on number 3. Only minute 16 on this clock, so this is a fantastic start to the round.
Really is. 2:15 on the clock. You find yourself up in lives. Now, can you make a clean transition over to B for Full Sail? You have to hold on for 2 minutes behind the red-hot gameplay of Telly and Conwa to kick things off. I mean, it feels like Conwa's always... I feel like it's going to be the most annoying player. It's like a little gnat, right? You think you got rid of it, you think you killed it, got the job done, and he always finds a way to come back. That's the playstyle Conwa has, but it's going to be 3-for-1 in the feed. The defense can now advance across that 50-yard line of the map to force the issue of a couple more gunfights before they can get to this B side. Nick, gonna have his handful here in a minute.
I hate gnats, and I'm sure that Full Sail too. Conwa definitely spelling a little bit of trouble as going to overwhelm Nick on the inside of P5. Second kill there from Matty Mel should give the go-ahead. Just funnel on into this B zone. All 4 players hitting from the same angle, so it's full sights ahead for Full Sail here, though. Conwa has slipped the line. He's going to get the kill onto one, a second one as well, but in doing so, he loses on to the rest of his teammates, so Full Sail University at least keeping Conwa out of the zone for now. they keep burning the clock.
Find a way to burn the clock. He does cost a little bit of trouble, but you still find yourself up in lives. By 5 now, the starting to slip away clock. A little less of the problem, more so a coordinated team push here as things are a bit staggered. Conwa going rogue and already slipped through church. You need to find these kills P5 to have an opening for Conwa to make a play through the back. It's traded out for now. Conwa slips in the back, but time still continuing to tick. Lives continuing to bleed.
Trades aren't going to be good enough right now for Baldwin Wallace as Mystical and Lavelle, they're going to shut down another 2 players there from Baldwin Wallace. A little bit thin now on the offensive line to hop onto the zone, stuck between enemy lines. Mystical's going to at least push the issue a little bit farther down. Now taking down Polyester. Telly gets caught in the rotation. Trouble on the first round from Baldwin Wallace as Full Sail are stepping down on their strategy here for Tuscan round 1.
I think Conwa sat in the back just a bit too long, not having made a play. You went almost 2 full 4 downs before making a play on B. Could have at least dipped a toe in to turn those heads, make them respect the fact that you're back there, because they had no issue just bleeding the clock and finding a way to cut down the teammates so that he had no reinforcements. No play was being made around it. So for Baldwin Wallace, you try your go here offensively. You only get 3 ticks of progress, nothing at B, so that's something that, you know, that's going to be thought about as we continue to progress in this control. It wasn't a dominant or a clean defense out of Full Sail, but their defense held bent and never broke.
It's not something you want to see as a Baldwin Wallace fan going into this map number 3, as the struggle still showing on control. As Full Sail, even though they lose onto that first zone quickly, they did a great job at holding on to B. Conwa, a lot on his plate here. All 3 players, and he's only good for 1. Lavelle, they're going to be trading that one out, though Polyester splits the odds and keeps Full Sail on the back end here. Nick, we continue to funnel on in for the team, but with that kill on a meathead, you can see a quick rotation over to A, and Conwa ready for it.
Only 1 player for Full Sail getting time at A. Lavelle is able to find 2, and now you can kind of stack this point, get more of this time secured. Streaks behind that as well. A fantastic thing to have in the back pocket, and as long as you're trading well and keeping progress going over here at A, you're cool with it. No big plays have come in from the side of Baldwin Wallace to stop any progress, and you're happy with that.
Yeah, again, a contention here from Matty Meltzes, trying to not let go of this A zone, see if he can burn that clock even more. Down to 56 seconds, a little bit of a tussle around the outside, but it's 3 quick kills coming through from Full Sail to allow them back onto the zone.
They're going to have less time than Baldwin had for with this B push, but they will have a slight life advantage behind that. They're playing really smart, really well behind these offensive pushes, and you're already through the lines. You have to be able to find these kills. Mystical seems like a problem.
Wow.
No matter where he is on the map. Finds 2, stops the clock, and finds 3.
Oh, wow.
To stunt Baldwin Wallace's defensive hold from finding form.
Mystical is hot right now as the Magic Man from map 1 starting to turn up here in map number 3. Mystical definitely keeping Baldwin Wallace on the back ropes right now as Conwa is just trying to work around this pillar, see if you can pick away at these lives slowly but surely. A minute 33. Look at the life disadvantage, though. That is the worrisome part for Full Sail. All they need to do is play a little bit of TDM.
They know someone slipped in the back. Telly gonna be on the chase, but not gonna get the timing now. Player 6 and Mystical should be gifted a free kill in the back here, barring any kind of crazy wrap around. Now you get the kill, now you get the information. Conwa not reacting to it just yet. Snaps, and unfortunately snaps at the wrong time. Lavelle finds 1, finds 2, and again the lives. Now a 5 life discrepancy, and they're on B. This break back in has to be clean, otherwise the round's over.
Oh, Lavelle all the way up top finds 2, shutting down the life of Baldwin Wallace single-handedly as a substitute comes in and shines in the slaying for Full Sail Armada. That's 2 rounds in a row, back to back. Baldwin Wallace, they just cannot find an answer here in control.
It's just the mid-map slaying. Once A gets captured, we've noted both times that lives are even plus or minus 1 or 2. And so that's the exact same case after Full Sail gets A. They have less time than Baldwin Wallace, and they play well around it. Their ability to play TDM on transition from site to site is something Baldwin haven't, like you said, had an answer for. They're going to put a little pressure here on B for the side of Baldwin Wallace, but again, it's the mid-game that's concerning me more than anything.
And look at that, Trouble still showing 3 down clean in favor of Full Sail. Armada, Mystical. Gonna plug the hole. Over to P5, though. Big win out of Matty Melts. Conwa's going to double down, so opening up the map a little bit for Baldwin Wallace to make a play at one of these zones. Conwa's still stuck in behind enemy lines. Going to strike down on a Meathead through the middle of the map. On a B zone we go. Stops the clock at a minute 4, though. These quick respawns looking to stop this by all means. Matty Melts and Telly inside of this, soaking up the zone, and it's going fast. All 3 players, now all 4 players here from Baldwin Wallace going to be there. All eyes on this alley. Third tick going to be cemented in a moment, and it slips away right out from under Full Sail.
They put pressure, and for Full Sail, you think it's just 1 or 2, and suddenly it's 3 or 4, and that progress bar goes mightily quickly once you get the whole squad on board. Fortunately for Full Sail, you've had no problems at A the entirety of this control, from finding the kills to executing yourself. It's 4 down. Full Sail in control of lives as well as far as the map here, and though it's the closer point, I mean, we've seen teams lose this many a time by not finding these kills and getting put in, again, a vicious spawn trap over a roof side.
Oh, Quad with another big win coming through. Stuff you need to see from Baldwin Wallace is definitely a lot of pressure weighing down on the shoulders of this player, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be stopping him. Now working through Church, the information not going to be there of Conwaz. The hunt is on from Lavelle, but it just seems like he's chasing a ghost at this moment. Finally, a nade's going to catch him, and Mystical cleans it up on the inside of things. A team nade out of Telly, and slowly but surely, Baldwin Wallace just seem to shoot themselves in the foot time and time again. Conwa's going to get back into things, taking down Nick, and Telly hops into the zone, so a minute left, but now the flank from Meathead's going to show. Shriek going to be raining down. Nick's going to take him out, and Meathead's going to back up his teammate.
A great investment of the streak to force Baldwin Wallace to not get comfortable on the A site. You're finding a couple kills, you're finding this progress, but again, the life discrepancy, though it's only 6 at this point, it's always veered around 10, and just as I say that, we're back to a 7-8 life discrepancy. So for Full Sail, great job from them. Again, looking at the slaying column, 3 players with over 20 kills. Conwa being the only one that can get anything going here. A 1v8 from Matty Meld would be fantastic to see pulled off, but I don't know that that'll be the case. Slower slaying than we've seen in any map and mode combo tonight here from Baldwin Wallace, and Full Sail taking full advantage.
Well, at least Matty Melts is going to put on a show at the end there. Full Sail Armada stomp on the dreams of Baldwin Wallace there in the swing map mode combo. Control goes their way. And another 3-0 fashion. It might not be Berlin, but on Tuscan, it's the same outcome. It looks like Baldwin Wallace, they got their work cut out for them if they want to improve on that third game mode.
They definitely have some glaring pain points they have to look at to figure out for that. More so in that mid-game, in that mid-round situation where, I mean, even looking here, right, lives start to bleed. You're sitting at 10-5 where you come out of A capture tied, or you come out of them capturing A with a life advantage. It's just something where the TDM, they're losing those gunfights, and we know Full Sail has the gun power and the prowess to turn up the 10 whenever they need to in those situations. Big plays from all 4 players to step up and find substantial amounts of kills and that control. Baldwin Wallace never quite got comfortable, and on the other side of this break, we get into a Bacage hardpoint, and for Baldwin Wallace, it's one that plays scrappier Conwa. I expect to drop like 60 kills. I'm going to already throw it out there. But again, can they execute play around that? You still have to play smart hardpoint, of course.
Exactly. Full Sail Armada now 1 map away of getting into those conference championships and fighting Northwood once again. Baldwin Wallace backed into a corner. Do they have what it takes? We're going to have to see. We got Bocage Hardpoint coming up next. We'll see you there. Welcome back as we get a little bit of a break between matches. We're hopping in with map number 4, Bokash Hardpoint, Full Sail Armada lead going into it. Baldwin Wallace, they got their work cut out for them, Cash, because, you know, going into this one, they might be backed into a corner. We get a little bit of a different story this time around, and they just got smoked inside of the control. However, when you look at this team, you know that this team has what it takes to push to a Game 5. Last time they matched up against Full Sail, they won the hard points, and they looked good on that Tuscan hard point until that third set of rotations. So, Baldwin Wallace, I'm sure they won't be looking to back down just yet.
Yeah, they definitely want to go into this one, you know, heads held high still, given that map 3 loss. And again, we were kind of talking outside of the break. For Baldwin Wallace, I don't think you could be going into a better map for map 4 because it's been the tale of that map the entire year, right? It plays scrappy, it plays close, it allows for some fluke upsets that maybe a more sound, fundamentally sound hardpoint team, you know, can let happen. I do think Baldwin Wallace is a good hardpoint team. Full Sail just bested them in map number 1. Here, again, I expect big slaying out of Conwa, and behind that, I expect them to be able to turn some of that into good amounts of time. Of course, they have to if they want to take this map here. For Full Sail, you've got to be ready to find and know where Conwa is at all times, because he will constantly be flying around punishing you around this map.
Yeah. I think my biggest question mark, Ping, is, you know, I want to give a big thank you to U.S. Army ROTC for sponsoring this stream. My biggest question mark is going to be whether or not we see Matty Ice back into the roster, and we do. So Hoodie Telly coming in for the control. Doesn't work out. Matty Ice back into the squad for now. This Bokash hardpoint starting off on the less preferred side for the rotation over to P2. It definitely looks like they want to flip things early. Conwa already on the flank. You see the 3 go down. Conwa gets in behind and he flips things out just like that.
And he's able to find 3 of his
effect.
own. It's the Conwa effect, man. Rides the wave, able to find 3 kills in response, get spawns for P2, and on a 3 streak of his own. This Baldwin Wallace squad, again, can play so fast, so coordinated at times. I love this 4-man squad of Matty Ice, Matty Melts, Polyester, and Conwa. I think they play really well together and really sound. Now, it's going to be the same tale, though. You have to finish this game strong. I'm not going to call it over until the very end, because Baldwin Wallace started very strong on Tuscan as well. I got to see them win more of these rotations is the thing I'm looking for off the rip.
Man, Conwa is like a rolly. He does not stop right now. He just keeps on ticking through the map as he finally gets dropped after 6 unanswered kills. Now, look at the rotation of the break here. Will be Mystical, snuffed out by Matty Mellis, but enough trades to allow for a way in here for Full Sail Armada. At least put a little bit of pressure in. Polyester will fight back. Conwa with a little bit of Overwatch. He's going to jump out, take down Nick. Back and forth trades, but here comes the Ice. Matty already in behind lines. Going to take down 1, and the rest fall soon after.
Great time here earned for Baldwin Wallace, the potential to earn 50 or more seconds on P2, and Conwa, again, in your face, flying around, already at 10 kills on the map. I'm just expecting a star-studded slaying performance out of Conwa, just to be a problem for Full Sail University. Can get from site to site, point to point, in a blink of an eye, and is causing problems over at P3 now as the rotation is on. They cannot deal with this sub-player right now.
I love that. You said it yourself, Conwa right now, the problem child of Baldwin Wallace. Again, shot down before those streaks can get picked up, but enough damage done to allow for Baldwin Wallace just to continue with their front foot forward. The break in looking to stem off of Polyester through the side. Conwa, though, going to lead the charge in. He finds 2. Lines him right up now on the flank and behind. Lavelle doesn't know it hits him, and before they know it, Baldwin Wallace back into the hill.
I mean, Conwa is such a special talent for this squad, going to have a bright and shining collegiate career with this university and just in Call of Duty in general, someone who's going to find so much success. And again, the team finding success behind this gameplay as well for Full Sail. Absolutely put in the mixer off this opening break. Still similar to what we saw on Tuscan, but again, with how small and tight this map plays and how quickly Conwa can get around, his impact is felt tenfold.
I thought Matty Mills was about to melt Nick there. Oh, 91-20 after 3 hills, we say. Scrap time for Full Sail. They don't want it. They need to get to church ASAP. Lavelle's going to snuff out Matty Ice, tucked away in the corner. Mystical's going to double down. Now for the collapse on in. It is clean at a Full Sail. Conwa trying to be as much of a problem as he can, but Lavelle's going to shut him down before he can get anything going. Still a weird spawn going to happen here for Baldwin Wallace as Matty Ice spawns up in the back. Nick won't let him go any farther. This is clean out of Full Sail as they're starting to get their momentum back here on Bocage.
One that they needed to respond big on as well. If they get the rest of this time, or at least a majority of it, they'll be right back in this game. Not able to get any clean lines of sights into this hill. Full Sail taking full advantage of that, and Conwa finally gets in the mix here. What damage can he do? It's going to be none. They're trading him out very well right now, and behind that, finding substantial amounts of time.
Gotta contest back in. They don't want to give it up just yet. And Baldwin Wallace, they fight to tooth and nail to the very end. Matty Ice and Matty Melts, they work together, and they grab that scrap time cash. And they hold it all. It's 4 in a row for Matty Ice. Matty Ice gonna get all 5 players for this spawn. Can't get a 6. Wonderful out of the Matty duel.
The difference now is Baldwin Wallace are winning rotations, and again, that's just the pacing and pressure that Conwa and co are playing at, something that Full Sail can't get comfortable in and around the map on. They get the break early on for P5, but the trade battles go back and forth, and it's still Baldwin Wallace with numbers advantage. They keep close spawns, they keep themselves in a position to get time, pressure on Full Sail to get a quick break.
That team nade's not going to help out either, though. Mystical going to answer back solo dolo for a chance. The chance will be stuffed out by Matty Melts. But now for the break back in. Nick over the top, alongside Meathead, both shut down. Conwell back into things, into the hill. 20 seconds to play for us. It is just such a scrappy fight here at P5. And Baldwin Wallace, they're okay with that. They're going to allow this time to bleed. 130 to 54 already.
They're in a position where they can let time sit uncontested and know that we still have an 80-point lead that we can work around. Conwa already playing around Bar, and as his team is spawning on the right-hand side of the map, off spawn, that's the first player you have to focus. That catches you turning your head in the wrong position. Matty Melts finds a free kill. They're on a 7 streak with full streaks. Baldwin Wallace, gotta love this map node combo.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, with the numbers that Conwa and Matty Melts are putting up, it is just smooth sailing for this team. I mean, when Conwa's vibing, the team is vibing. And now into the second set of rotations, they can continue with this snowball, with the better spawns too. Conwa, another flank here, good for 1, lines up for the second one. It's Matty Melts, though, to help him out to get that job done. And he is not done running these routes already. Through Gamma's, gonna spot yet another player. It's gonna be Nick to at least shut down 1, but you know, Baldwin Wallace, they're fighting these trades and they're not allowing anything at all to stem from Full Sail.
And they've won a majority, you know, of these transitions over to hills. They kept P2 last go round. They look to keep it here. Conwa, you think he's playing in your spawn, you think he's playing somewhere mixy, and he could just be getting a bit of time. When you play with that pressure and presence around a map, the other team has no clue where you could be. You can do whatever you want, and Conwa doing whatever he wants. Nearly triple positive here as his team is just soaking time, and he's about to be gifted some timing to shoot players in the back. Again,
man.
How frustrating is that?
A team kill from Mystical. He finds 3 in the feed, but fortunately 1's going to be onto Lavelle. So still sitting pretty into this hill is going to be Matty Melts, soaking up as much time as he may desire. Well, Conwa tears it up all the way around the outskirts. Conwa shutting down the rotation through Barn. Matty Melts shuts down Mystical again. Beautiful shots through Patio. Will at least allow Conwa now away into the back line, and this is troublesome for Full Sail. I mean, they're in the Bocage blender.
It's the Bocage blender turned up to like 11. Again, Conwa, every time we're on Conwa's POV, shooting someone in the back. It doesn't matter where they're spawning, and you can just get time around that. This map is so easy when you have someone as slaying dominant as these players. Matty Melts about snaps onto his teammate. Tell me if this team's turn or not. They said, hey, we took a tough map 1 beating. We're going to do one better here on map number 4. Just 45 seconds or so needed for them to get this one. Full Sail try for the break, but man, it is 3 for 3 in the feed. Conwa gets the last laugh, gets the last bit of time, and they're trying to close this one out.
Yeah, Baldwin and Wallace, they are seeing red right now. Unfortunately for them, they're snapping to their teammates, and I guess they are dressed in red, so everything must die if you're against Baldwin. Wallace 4 down again in the feed. Has now 222 and counting. You can't win it here, but you can get damn close, Cash.
Conwa at 40 and 15. Matty Melts at 36 and 15, not far behind. And for Polyester, yeah, you're 10 and 19, but you have 2 minutes of hill time, so who cares? You've just been a sponge soaking up all of that time. They can't win it here. They're going to have to rotate and get next. I'm going to assume they can get a break pretty quickly here behind the efforts of Conwa and close this one out. Send us to a map number 5, and, well, give Full Sail something to think about and respect a little bit.
Yeah, they definitely learned a lesson here on Bokash, and that is to not go against Conwa on this map as Baldwin Wallace looking for one last break. They group up, but Meathead lines him up and puts him down. Matty Melts won't be able to find a way in as Full Sail starting to restabilize here, trying to get some momentum under the bells before things go to a map 5 setting, as it is never over here on Bokash. And I think Full Sail are letting us know that they don't want to give it up for free.
At least not get clubbed here, able to get the first 30 seconds of time to rally them to a 100-point scoreline. Knock knock, who's there? It's Conwa, and if he's in and gets a kill, at least someone is there for the trade to follow suit. Getting a very solid people hold, like you said, finding a way to stabilize and get a little bit more comfortable going into map number 5. For Full Sail, you've done a bit of damage control here. Just a few seconds left for Baldwin Wallace to close this out as we start to shift our focus to that all-inevitable game 5, and you'll take it if you're Baldwin Wallace and win as dominant as this. And for Full Sail, you'll also take just the ability to kind of get a little comfortable. At least you can slow down the side of Baldwin Wallace for a bit.
At least you can stop the bleeding right now, and they're making it look pretty convincing too. Finally, Baldwin Wallace will hop into the hill and collect the rest of those 2 seconds that they needed. 250 to 113. I mean, if you told me after we just saw them get smoked on a control 3-0 that we were about to give the exact same thing back in a game 4 setting to push us the distance, I would have called you crazy. But it just seems like something mixes well between Baldwin Wallace and a Bokash hardpoint.
And that definitely comes down to the pacing. Again, this team has no issues hanging with slaying. It's just some of the more fundamental things that they need to show improvement on. And here within the series, they improved on winning rotations. Again, that does help whenever slaying is going so lopsidedly your way, but they won majority of those rotations. A completely different story from map number 1. So improvements to be made. They had to go big here, and this is kind of what we expected, right? Conwa, of course, going to have to play the game on top of just really man of the series for the squad win, lose, or draw, and forcing them into a game 5. But I expected this for map number 4. I really did. It's just whenever you see a player like Conwa and how quickly this team can play behind his efforts and how Bokash has played the entire year, I did expect them to take this map number 4. They did it in a really dominant fashion. Like you said, after getting demolished in map 3, they're not checked. They're not checked out. Everything is smooth sailing over there for them. They weren't worried a bit, and it showed in map number 4. Now, can you win a second search and destroy here? You got 6-0'd. Last time in this situation. Even winning 1 round would be an improvement, but I know they want more than that.
Yeah, and they lost the other search and destroy in this, the series so far. So everything is pointing the way of Baldwin Wallace for this game 5. But I mean, we have the stage, we go the distance. Set the scene for me, Cash. What are we looking at here in this game 5 setting? Going to Tuscan again, where Full Sail have won both Tuscans in the series.
Yeah, they've won both Tuscans. They've both been on respawn, so we switch gears, obviously, towards the search and destroy. And for Full Sail, I think what was kind of their bane was, again, they didn't have an answer for the tempo and the pace change that Baldwin Wallace played with. At times, Conwa would go fly fast through mid-map, find a couple of kills, and cause you to turn your head. And then at times, defensively, they would play slow and try to force you to make a play and catch a player out. So it was the tempo change that kind of threw off, really, the flow of Full Sail University. And then for Baldwin Wallace, you let Full Sail kind of carve back into it, right? Whenever they got complete site control and there was chaos, Full Sail was coming out on the other side of that. So you want to keep the situations as in front of you as possible, keep your gunfights in front of you the best you can, and trade out effectively as you did that previous go-around. We know they have the ice to win a couple of rounds in succession to force maybe a round 11 situation. They obviously don't want to be in that position again, but for Baldwin Wallace, it's the same of what they did. They played the sound search and destroy, they played around tempo. I was wondering going into map 2, did they have the smarts to play fast, play slow, know when to execute both? They showed that they could, and for Full Sail, it's going to be trading effectively, and again, the same, keeping those gunfights in front of you to where, you don't let Conwa get behind you, because this is the map that has some lanes, he can do that.
Yeah, and I think if I'm looking at Baldwin Wallace to complete this and actually, get the upset on Full Sail for this to push into the conference finals, I gotta look at their X Factor. Matty Ice hasn't had the best series, but back on map number 2, inside of that Bokash Search and Destroy, definitely the difference maker in my eyes for the team. Definitely stepping up into a position that helps them out. So hopping into this game 5, Baldwin Wallace looking to ride that wave. But Full Sail Armada, we know them in these game 5 settings. They are dangerous.
Full Sail have the ice. They know what they have to do to win it here. We've been in this situation. They took it in a 6-0, which seemed like they completely flipped the script the last series, where they just said, you know what, we're done messing around. We're going to end this one here. They did the same thing. Baldwin Wallace, though, have a different energy about him, have a different level of confidence than what we've seen. Conwa with an AR, too. Quite the sight to behold, and still playing as aggressive as ever. Mystical, though, if anyone's going to punch him for it, it's going to be Mystical.
Maybe a little bit too aggressive. Lucky enough for Baldwin Wallace. They are finding these trades, though. Full Sail, they walk away with all the kills, and that is going to be a simple, quick round number 1.
They kept the gunfights in front of them. They played around mid-map well and won that battle. Conwa slipped through, but they were ready for it. And that's going to be another, point to look at and see how it unfolds and unravels throughout this game 5 is Conwa. This could be a real test of game intelligence for Conwa of knowing when to go slow, when to go fast. We said as a team, do they have that ability? But Conwa as well, right? They know you like to play aggressive. They know you like to play the flank. Can you, in turn, flip that on them? They're going to have an island player being ready for that. Here, out of player 4, here's the adjustment. You're sending a second player with you in Matty Ice to chow this gunfight. Will they be ready?
Oh, okay, so they don't even go through P5. Nick's just going to find nothing here. As it looks like Baldwin Wallace, they want to take control of mid, and they will. Conwa answers first. That's a kill over towards A. Immediately, you can see the disengage from Full Sail as they're looking to, fill the gaps that now lay in this map as Laval's top church.
They're not quite sure if Conwa has made a player wrap through, but Nick finding a kill over at P5 to get bombed down mid-map is huge. Pushes through fire and is able to catch Polyester out, playing that AR power position. So now, not only are you not in a position to scoop bomb, but you don't have much information on anyone else. Maybe a player top fire, but again, the play on this bomb has to be priority number 1.
Yeah, that bomb is in no man's land right now. 30 seconds left to recover it. I think Full Sail, they know this. They must know that bomb is down with the positions that we're seeing. 2 players stacked inside P5. Both players from Baldwin reading this correctly, but are they going to be ready for the duels? Right through the door, Mystical, but Conwa walks away with both. 1v1, polar opposite sides. Player number 4, Nick, looking to ice up for the team. Conwa has to go for the plant here. I'm pretty sure Nick, he's going to know that, but he's going to respect it for now. Bomb goes down. Here we go. Conwa escapes with 49 HP, and the hunt is on for Nick. He doesn't want to let him go just yet. He is just playing this right alongside. He is chasing Conwa to the end of Earth right now, and Conwa gets the worst timing ever. Nick blessed a little bit in this round to catch Conwa looking the wrong way.
And, but played that so aggressive to chase Conwa. I was going to say, a mistake is letting Conwa get away with his life and reposition comfortably, but Nick played that beautifully, ran neck and neck with him to spawn, wrapped back at the right time to see that he could check bomb. And like you said, gets blessed with some great timing. As soon as Conwa turns his head after checking bomb, Nick makes him pay. And for Full Sail, you take the first 2 rounds, something that, for Baldwin might be a little bit of a stunner in a sense of, okay, we definitely, before we can say Full Sail's getting some real momentum, let's try and slow this down and get around on the board.
Yeah, Nick does a little bit of a no you. I am going to chase you down. In that sense, looking for an opening pick on the Polyester. Conwa, aggressive. No AR this time. I'm not sure Nick's going to be ready for it. And no, he won't. Conwa, freebie and answer back. Matty Ice posted up in P5. They still haven't found this player. But this is some good positioning for Conwa to work with. Now wants to dip down into well. He's going to check his corner. He will not. And Meathead gets the trade. Matty Ice needs to trade this one out. Instead, biding his time, waiting for a chance to strike it. Here it is. Meathead down. 2v2.
And a 2v1 here at P5. Can Matty Ice find a kill? He knows that the gig is up. Players are on him. Isn't able to find the kill. And now you get the wrap back towards A. So you try to go to get a quick trade. A player already aware and in position of that top church to find that kill. It is 3-0 Full Sail. I hate to say it, but it's feeling real familiar to the last time we were in this situation, man. Full Sail and these game 5s, they're nothing to mess with.
Full Sail on Tuscan is just not something that you don't want to mess with at all. I mean, as soon as they get away from the bow cautious, it seems like, yeah, Conwa is doing some damage, but you look at the rest of the team, 1 and 3 across the board from Baldwin Wallace. You need to see somebody step it up.
Polyester hasn't been able to get comfortable in that AR position and find some good kills. It's just Mystical, Nick finding a lot of kills, a couple of, other players playing well behind that. This push to P5 coming in, bloodbath about to ensue. I like the double up. We'll see if it pans out.
Conway, is he going to read it? He does, but he doesn't get the shots, and Nick's going to double down. That is completely going to throw this team through the loop as bomb is all the way down at P5 cash.
It's simple. you got to find that trade. You have to find that
You
trade.
do.
And for Nick, I mean, you can't ask for a better play. The best you could ask of Nick is to find not only the information, but at least find a kill. That's what you ask of players in those situations. He does more than that, Meathead. And this Full Sail squad, they're playing ratty, and it is working out for them, punishing this Baldwin Wallace team for not checking corners, playing slow, playing what they need to in order to take this S&D, and they're up 4-0 in Game 5.
Nick and Meathead are making money moves right now for Full Sail Armada, as this is their home. Tuscan Hardpoint, Tuscan Control, Tuscan Search and Destroy. It doesn't matter. As long as your Tuscan, Full Sail has a chance at shutting you down. Now looking to deny every single round from Baldwin Wallace since that Control. 3-0 in Control, now a 4-0 in Search and Destroy. This is flawless so far, and Nick's going to keep the trouble brewing as Polyester gets first blooded.
And look at where Lavelle is playing. I mean, they're expecting Conwa to push through at some point. It's very, I guess, you know, like ratty in a sense of like playing, you know, in some corners. But if Baldwin Wallace are going to be aggressive, why not play around that? Slowing it down offensively, trying to force some aggression out of Baldwin Wallace. And unfortunately for Baldwin Wallace, it took you 5 rounds into the Search and Destroy to pump the brakes for a second.
But you finally put a leash on Conwa, Cash, and now this is Baldwin Wallace where they really feel the pressure, where they need this round. It is a must win. You do not want to be facing Full Sail in a situation where you need to Full Sail.
Quite the wordplay there, and no, that's all I can say to that situation. You don't want to be in a spot where you want to have to pull off something like that against a team like this Full Sail University. Another kill going your way. You know where this last player, or these last 2 players are, at least the one field side, and you're going to try to get away from Matty Melts. It's not going to pan out.
Oh, it is not. Nick is a turret right now, and he is not letting anybody pass from Baldwin Wallace University. That is 5 unanswered rounds.
I can't believe it.
This is looking easy as 1, 2, 3 for Full Sail. Now going into this last round, I'm going to say it again. Baldwin Wallace, they got a Full Sail here to have a chance at being the champions of their conference. But right now, Full Sail Armada are 1 round away from getting another date with Northwood.
And I can't believe we're looking at another 5-0 in a Game 5. I mean, for Baldwin Wallace, there's so much you could go back and look at through this. Now, of course, it's not over until it's over, but even just through these 5 rounds, even if they did pull off the reverse sweep, I mean, it's so aggressive, it's so fast-paced, and you're just, again, the tempo's been flipped on its head. What I said, Baldwin Wallace had an advantage coming into this map. Full Sail has completely flipped the script and punished Baldwin for it.
That X Factor, Matty Ice, now 1-6, gonna leave Polyester last alive. He's going to get blindsided as he tries to get the jump on that last player. And Full Sail Armada, it may have been close throughout 4, but as soon as they get to a map 5, they are untouchable.
I cannot believe that we had the exact same series. Now maps and modes different, whatever. At the end of the day, we got to a Game 5 and it was a Full Sail 6-0. I cannot believe that happened. I know, of course, for the side of Baldwin Wallace, you're feeling that as well, because there's no way they're not asking the same question. Like, what just happened? Full Sail, again, they lost their Game 5 against Northwood. That's really the last hurdle this team has to jump before, again, being a team that can best a team like Northwood, right? But man, I mean, their Game 5 ice is unreal. Didn't drop a single round. It didn't even look close at times. I don't even know if it ever came down to a 1v1 there.
There was one time it was a 1v1, but Nick kept his cool. He
managed
to take down Conwa.
Did the do-si-do in mid-map.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, one thing led to another, and Full Sail Armada, man, with lightning strikes once, it's a fluke accident in Call of Duty, but lightning strikes twice in Tuscan Search and Destroy Game 5 for Full Sail Armada to yet again 6-0 their opposition and punch their ticket into the conference finals versus Northwood University. I mean, talk about a match made in heaven, because if anybody was going to upset Northwood in those conference finals, I mean, Full Sail, they're looking to do it twice this year.
They are. They want to try to rewrite the script and take down the Titan that is Northwood here in Collegiate Call of Duty. So they get that date tomorrow. We have 2 fantastic matchups that we get to look at tomorrow for the conference championships. And, before that, just to kind of finish out even talking the series for Baldwin Wallace, you look strong. I do think that they are a very good team. I think they're one of the best 4-3 teams that you'll see, right? I think they're someone who, again, you can go toe-to-toe with the likes of Full Sails. And, again, with Northwood, of course, that one was more so of a landslide victory for them. But they're a team that are, for their first year, right on the cusp of already setting up a precedence of excellence.
I was going to say, this is only their first year into the league for Call of Duty. Baldwin Wallace already turning heads and making it into the conference play-in. So, yeah, you lose here, but you drop into the LCQ. You have a chance to, turn things around now as the team, make those adjustments going into the rest of the postseason, and hopefully find some revenge against Full Sail. You push them to distance. You get to the Game 5. You know that the recipe to success is there. You just need to execute on the rest of it now if you are Baldwin Wallace and finish up and clean up those Game 5 settings. But that's going to be all we can talk about for Baldwin Wallace right now. We got the interview set and ready for Full Sail University. Let's pull this player into the booth. Welcome, Mystical. The magic man of the team. I gotta say, you were working wonders for there. Congratulations on that win.
Thank you.
Talk to me a little bit about it, though. How are you feeling after that?
I'm feeling good. More so relieved, honestly. I don't know what happened in that map 4. I think we just got overzealous or something. But things did not go our way, so we just figured we had to bounce back, and we did in a big way.
Oh, you guys, I think exceeded expectations in that Game 5. I have to say for that. But you did meet a great Bokosh team on a Bokosh hard point. So, all's well that ends well when you meet people in the cage like that. But, I want to hear your thoughts firsthand, because you win here in a Game 5 setting and you've already beat Northwood once. How's the team feeling about these conference finals? How are you guys feeling matching up against that team?
We really wouldn't want it any other way. Like, we feel that to be the best, you have to beat the best. And right now, Northwood is the best, so...
Exactly. They're the champions of last year from both NACE and CCL, so it's no better team to want to take on. But Mystical, I'm going to throw you over to Cash, though. She's going to pick your brain for the rest of things.
Yeah, I believe you were even the interview the last time in week 2 that you guys played Baldwin Wallace, and I think I even asked you the question of, what's the, you kind of mentioned that disconnect in map 4 and kind of just, you have to give it to Baldwin Wallace, right? A very fast-paced, good team. Khaz is a map they excel in. What's the conversation going into map 5? It's the second time you've played them in a Game 5 and 6-0'd. Is it chance? Is it fluke? Is it just like locking in and executing? What flips that switch in your guys' head that just helps you show out in map 5?
I can't even really explain it. Like, it's kind of just a silent agreement. Like, we don't want to lose, so let's just lock into our best, and we do that every time, it seems.
That's awesome. And again, as Timur was kind of alluding to, right, you get the Titans of Northwood tomorrow. It's a squad that you want to, you were pushed to a Game 5 there, and you want to find a way to best. And so now that you've beat this Baldwin Wallace squad, you're locked into your conference championship. What's the main focus? What's priority number 1? Is it a definite improvement in gameplay, or what's the main focus going into tomorrow?
Honestly, I think it's just to have some fun and play some Call of Duty. It's the last day of Vanguard as the current Call of Duty, so we're just going to go out there and have fun.
That's awesome. So glad to hear that. And, I appreciate you, coming in the interview with us, Timur. I'll let you kind of close out if you have anything else to mention, but congrats on the huge win tonight.
Yeah, I just have one thing to ask you, Mystical. As you go into the conference finals, is there anything you want to let the stream know? Are you guys coming for the chip tomorrow?
I don't know about all that. Like, we obviously think we can win it. I don't want to make any, like, blanket statements, though. But, we're just going to go out there and compete and try our best.
It's such a neutral answer. I love that. It is such a great answer from you, Mystical. It's all love coming through from Full Sail, and I love to see it. I can't wait to see, how you guys match up tomorrow. I know it's going to be a great game. Good luck to you and the squad.
Thank you so much.
And Cash, I tried to bait out a little bit at the end there to see if I could,
I knew
get
you
something
had
out of
something
it.
up your sleeve, but hey.
I mean, that is pure PR to its finest from Mystical, just to keep us cool against the squad. But I mean, he's right. If you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. And Northwood, University right now, across multiple different titles here in collegiate esports, they're the undisputed champions from last season in Vanguard between both the CCL and the Call of Duty Varsity League. So I think a win there from Full Sail is definitely going to project yourself for the rest of the remainder of not just this season, but seasons to come.
It definitely is. It's a big one, and here going into that conference championship, like you said, it's something where you just want to set a precedence early on in this postseason specifically. Tomorrow's the last day of Vanguard, of course, but they're not done with it until December. They still have a month of Vanguard left, so they have to lock in and focus more than ever. But I like the answer of just wanting to have some fun, right? The playoffs and postseason can be so serious because you want to have. It feels like there's pressure to go out and get wins and stuff, and you forget to enjoy what you're doing, right? And so I think for Full Sail, they've got themselves squared away, right, head on their shoulders, and I think even the same conversation is being had in the Baldwin Wallace camp, right? The same conversation we had with Conwa at one point where, we're just going to have fun with it, do their best. I expect still good things out of Baldwin Wallace as well, kind of to wrap up this series. I know we had taken them in our predictions, and again, it's a team that I'll never count out, but one now for Full Sail that shows, like, okay, they have the ice. Can they finally take it to Northwood here in the conference championship? Again, no better setting.
I didn't care who it was winning that match. I knew both of those teams deserved a chance at the conference finals. Sadly, you only were able to get one of them to do it. And yeah, I'm right alongside you. I mean, having fun is going to be the end-all be-all right now of this fall season, as a lot of these teams just trying to catch one last hurrah on Vanguard. Modern Warfare is tomorrow. Cash, you couldn't be more excited. I know you and I are going to be playing this weekend, just grinding through that game, and I'm sure a lot of these players are going to be looking to have fun grinding it as well. But we're going to have to wait to see who those conference finals are. We got tomorrow for more Call of Duty. You guys don't want to miss it. But coming up next for our match number 3, we're going into Valorant now, and to take you through that, it's going to be Los and Vincent. We'll see you on the other side with 2 new casters.
It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
All right, gamers, you just experienced an amazing Call of Duty series. Now it's time to kick it up a notch. It's Valorant time. It's the 5th week of Valorant gameplay here at the NACE Star League. We've got 2 top teams, 2 undefeated teams, looking to change that for one or the other. And no one wants to go home a loser, so you know the fiercest competition is going to be brought out today. My name is Los, joined by Vincent, and we're ready for all the action that these 2 squads are going to bring to us.
Yeah, we're headed back out to the varsity premiere side of things, and it is going to be a blast. Los, I am prepared and ready. We are getting deep into competition here in the Valorant season, and I think that has just elevated things for us. All these games, they definitely have been entertaining, but if you're just joining us for maybe the first time or you wanting a refresher, we're here in the regular season. Right now, that'll lead into a conference play-in where they'll fight for the conference championship. You a conference champion? Well, we'll talk about that in a moment, because if not, last chance qualifier is your chance to make your way to the playoffs. Those will lead into an in-person grand final as well, which is absolutely awesome. We love to see that, Los.
Of course, come on, how many times can we talk about this? How many times can we hype it up? We can say it as many as we want, and the emotion will still be there. LAN just hits different, especially for all these college kids, some who are even doing remote studies, get an opportunity to meet up with their peers and their opponents in one last ride for the semester. And here's the schedule so far. You saw 2 series out from the Call of Duty half of this broadcast, but now it's Stony Brook University going up against Wayne State University. As you can see, 4-0 and 5-0 respectively, but one is a forfeit, so not exactly at that perfect 5-0 yet. Today will determine if we'll have a series in-game victory.
Yeah, it certainly will, and you know what? It wouldn't be a full series if we didn't know what was being played for overall. Scholarship pricing is at the cusp for these teams: $2,500 for first place, at $1,250 for second, and third and fourth, well, they do get a cool $625 apiece. No small chunk of chains by any means.
Yeah, that's a full bundle for the next line of skins that are coming out. You know, you could put it toward your studies. I mean, that would probably be the recommended thing to do, especially when there's a very important sponsor on the line. It's because of Extra Life. Play games to change kids' health, change the future. Join Extra Life today. So thank you so much, Extra Life, for being one of the partners of making this scholarship opportunity possible. And now that we've gone through just about everything, almost everything, let's not forget, it is a late series here tonight. 9:50 if you're on the Eastern Seaboard, where both of these schools are playing. You might want to get a little caffeine pep in your step. And NACE Star League runs on Duncan, so make sure you click the Twitch panel below to find a Duncan near you.
Absolutely, 100% check it out. And well, let's talk about becoming a leader for life. The ROTC can help you do that, and we appreciate their support for the NACE Star League and everything that we do here. So definitely check them out and support them as well. Los, it is time to get deep into the weeds for this series. I am super pumped to get this started, and here are the starting rosters for these squads. It's going to be Sable, Aryan, Groovy, H-U-J?
Huge or Huji. We'll figure it out.
We'll find out. Huge does make some sense. And Ethan, for the Stony Brook University roster, flip things over to Wayne State to got an ego over there, which I already like. Hurrah, Lacerin, Chubbs, and Talbot is going to close things out. Though I have been made aware that I think we're going to see some subs coming in this first map of the series for both sides. 2 for SBU and 1 for Wayne State. Aryan and Groovy, I think, are not going to be in, and Ego will be absent as well. Shep's taking his place. So we'll confirm that once we get into the game, but I think I saw that coming through. And, well, Los, I want to know what your expectations are, because personally, I got a feeling that Stony Brook has this one.
Yeah, you know, I was feeling confident about this squad. I mean, both of them are coming in with some serious records so far, undefeated throughout the season. But we've got a little bit of that New Yorker bias. Stony Brook University, part of that SUNY system. I'm a part of that SUNY system, or at least was. You know, New York gotta represent. They're on Long Island. I hate to say this. Strong Island. I'll do it one time and never again. So I got Stony Brook in 3.
Alrighty. Yeah, the classic Los taking the New York team as per usual. I don't know what my excuse is, but whatever. We are headed into the map, so let's take a look at what's been picked. It will be Icebox, where we start. Ascent will be the second map, and then Pearl, should we need it. Icebox picked out by Stony Brook, and then Wayne State going for Ascent. Pretty classic there at the very beginning, but should we get to Pearl, Los, I dare say I'm excited.
Pearl, it's a great time. It's a great map. It's so beautiful. They have some fantastic music as well. And we don't see it enough, Vincent. Not nearly enough. And I'm glad that it is starting to enter into that map pool. It's much earlier than you would have seen a map like Fracture enter into play. It was so long, and even now, it is so few and far between that you'll find a Fracture within a team's map pool. But Pearl, I guess it just hits differently that schools are feeling confident about it. Squads feel that they can crack it.
I mean, let's be honest. You mean a well-made map that makes a lot of sense is one that people like? That's groundbreaking stuff, Los. I tell you what.
I'll defend Fracture till I die.
I know. I'm only poking fun a little bit. But Icebox is coming up, and we are headed straight into it. We get down to the wire, and what's important here on Icebox? Let's talk a little bit of strategy, why don't we? I think, obviously, for the attacking side, not getting to the point where you're becoming a little too readable is really important. Want to make sure that you're swapping things up. As the defense, very important as well, to make sure that you hold on to control some of the outskirts of the map. Those are the 2 points that I want to make as we get into the agent selection. We'll see what they pick.
Well, fast pick here for, I mean, both teams, to be honest. And we're seeing almost that mirror matchup. Almost, save for Chubbs going on the KO and Ethan bringing out the Sage. Well, oh, no, rather, the Jet with Aryan.
Indeed, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see that, as I am looking over, and it looks like Stony Brook were able to find their 2 main roster players, which is good news for them. I mentioned Aryan and Groovy may not be in. Ego, unfortunately, is subbed out for Sheps, but I'm excited to see what Sheps has to offer. So, just as a follow-up to that statement that we were talking about earlier, but on the topic of the picks here. It is interesting, the lack of the KO on the defense. Stony Brook, I don't think I hate that. I just think that's a little more old school, you know?
Yeah, I think it comes back to just having a bit more confidence, and that'll go straight to the Jet, where you won't really rely on that information gathering. That really goes over onto Sable. You want to dive deep into the fragging capability, so nobody has that serious movement on Wayne State. So if you could get greater speed than your opponents, get the upper hand, that might be useful, especially with how quick you might need to rotate or push up into the defensive or the offensive area. But it's going to be a quick, easy plant and free site take for Wayne.
Yeah, with that spike down and Chubbs even able to take Huji out of the equation on the exit. This is a very solid setup for Wayne State defensively. They've got everyone in position that they would want to. Sheps playing for wall control here.
Nice right click going into the head of Ethan, but not quite enough as a return fire will net some benefits. Hurrah and Tabit handling this swiftly. They're going for a wall placement, but I'm wondering if the right clicks can find more success because it's a one-on-one and it's halfway diffused. I don't think that Tabit knows it, and it doesn't matter. It's too late. Diffusal secured.
Yeah, what an unfortunate turn of events there. It probably should have been known based on the wall placement that they got the halfway mark, but there's so much chaos in that moment, Los, that it's really hard to make that confirmation in your mind. You got to connect two dots that at times seem somewhat unrelatable in that round, and, well, Tabit had a lot of players and bodies to deal with previously to that as well, so unfortunate as it is, it's going to be Stony Brook to take the first round as we get into the second. Wayne State looking to fight back. Sheriff in a couple of hands. Definitely the chance to do some damage here, but Aryan has already stopped some of that from happening.
Beautiful little one-tap there from my recent. They definitely want some more, and that's some great damage on Disable. I think it's going to be a consistent peeker. Pre-fire spam just to trick one of the defenders on Stony Brook to give a peek, walk right into the crosshairs. But now it's go time because Groovy got another kill, and they want to stop this from being their choke point. But they're unable to move further, but it's essentially going to be just that.
Reese is about to run out of ammo. Had 6 bullets left in that Sheriff. But ultimately will take 2 kills, so not terrible, but not the best either. Stony Brook going to take that second round off the back of that aggression. Here we are. Los, it's time for the bye. We get down to the wire. And should be, on paper, an easy round here for Wayne State. And this is usually a bit of a measure of the power that a team has or how good a team is on their defensive side.
I think there'll be quite a big defensive presence here over on A site. We've got 3 sitting ready and 1 on Boiler just to make that quick rotation. But with all this placement, a great shot, a headshot on Aryan out of the sky like it's Duck Hunt. Remove that initial defense and continue to put the pressure on. This is going to be an easy plant, no problem here for Wayne State.
I think that might have been a mistake up drafting there in that situation. Really exposed the Jet. Not a lot you can do in that scenario.
Trap destroyed.
But as you mentioned, this post plant looking pretty much solid. It should be done and dusted here. Only 1 player remaining. 1 on 5 is how this has come down. And, well, that hurts. That's tough. Getting shot through your own wall, you know?
Yeah, not much they could have done at that point. Not suspecting the tiniest little slit of vision to shoot through, and shots from Lyreeson able to knock that one out, but it didn't really matter. There wasn't much for Ethan to do at this point, but now that they've got some money, not as much as they would like, as you can see a Bulldog over on Disable, half shields on Huji. They're going to have that proper firepower to strike back, but this is a real test. I mean, it was a test to see if Wayne State could actually win with rifles. Now it's on even footing, even ground.
Yeah, and that's where we like things to be, isn't it? It's always a whole lot of fun. Early Owl Drone going to go out, and Yuji with a forward position in mid there has found the opening pick, and so the return, Stony Brook University, Wayne State, they have done a very good job of taking the space off the back of that aggression. They realize nobody probably over there at B, and so they're going to take advantage of that. All of that said, the opening pick going to be equalized back with the resurrection, and Wayne State now look to hold on to what they got 4 on 4.
Good lurk from Tabit, catching out that rotation from mid. A lot of the defensive retake here breaking through that wall. They don't have much angles to work with for Wayne State on that post plant setup. It's really coming down to Tabit out from mid with the 3K, and Lyreson able to bolster that up with 2 of their own. A perfect post plant setup.
Beautiful indeed. And you know what? Wayne State get the Vincent seal of approval for that one. That one was absolutely solid. Tabit on 7 kills already, just a singular death. That is the start to a star-studded player if I ever seen it.
Yeah, an incredibly impressive performance so far. Only 4 rounds in. Looking forward to seeing what they can bring throughout the entirety of this series. And they've got the option for the Tour de Force, but I don't think it'll be necessary. However, with a massive loss and double kill out from Aryan, that does put a damper in the plans. Tap it there for the trade. Not much else. The plans for A seemingly ruined.
Ruined for now. I mean, it is a 3-on-4, so it's not unwinnable by any means. But you definitely don't want to be rotating back into B where there's a Viper's Pit, and so it's a push forward. Tabit, the equalizer, looking to add on a double down of the player advantage, and now Wayne State have turned things on their head. 2-on-3 for the retake of SBU.
Tabit holding on to this angle on top of 410. I don't think anyone is willing to challenge that. They realize he's most likely holding this position. All the while, you have Groovy in the back coming in for a flank, but this is all leading up. It has to be an ace for Tabit here to pad those stats major. Oh.
No ace.
Maybe not.
Stolen away. You were setting it up beautifully, Los. I will give you credit. But still, a quad kill is nothing to be laughed at. And, you know, I was just saying, you know, it's crazy. I was just saying, this guy looks like a star. And then he does that. Impressive to say the least. 11-1 now, just 1 round later. And we get down to Stony Brook's first time not in the lead. They still have money to buy. They're working with the rifles, so a very important round this one, but what's really interesting about it is that Wayne State have all the ultimates that they could want to win this out.
Hunter's Fury looking for some information, narrowly missing 2 of their opponents. Follow it up. It's time for the no command and the wall bangs. A hopeful endeavor from Tabit. They fall short with a great defensive structure here from Stony Brook. Only 1 player falling, but the rest, it all starts to crumble. Even a Viper's Pit invested by Wayne State, and it finds no success. Nobody can hide within it, as no one can even get to the site itself. Now it's just Lyreson with 30 HP, 4 enemies to take down, and this might be one of them if he gets a lucky one-tap with Groovy there to stop it before it could even be a possibility.
Yeah, and I mentioned how important of a round that was for Stony Brook. It's because they could have had their economy sort of reset in that moment. They were not able to win that round. But even worse, though, for Wayne State is that, well, they invested, and they invested heavily. Viper's Pit, Mill Command, as well as the Hunter's Fury. Everything put into that, and nothing to take away. Not even a lot of damage. 4 players surviving for SBU. That's a big deal. So, Wayne State, well, they're not busted. This is starting to become a little bit readable, I'd say. We've seen this A hit quite a few times in a row now, haven't we?
Definitely telegraphed, as you can see with the early breaks of those darts. But also it comes to this big Viper battle. If there is 1 player lost, and that is Groovy, that signals over for the rotation for Wayne State. However, rotation won't be as easy because you've got Aryan down mid. Earn some blood of their own. Resurrection there to make things a bit easier, as you have a placement of Hurrah all the way by yellow, just waiting for some help from their team.
Toxins going up.
Yeah, there's 2 players already rotated in, though. We'll see what Hurrah can do. Okay, Lyreson just straight up through the toxic screen. That's ridiculous. And Wayne State, what was just a 3-on-3 moments ago with the res, and now that pick from Lyreson have put it into a 4-on-2. It feels like a save should maybe be the thought process for Stony Brook, but they're going for it. They're committed. They want this, and they want it bad.
Wall might be an option, but they're starting off with a slow orbs. Huge flash drive over yellow, and it allows an easy follow-up. Like Recent with a 3K this round. Them along with Sabbath, certainly a force to be reckoned with. And I want to talk about that placement from Aryan down mid. That was a good move to try and get 2 at the cost of your own life. However, with Shep's resurrection, it nullifies all of the sacrifices that were made.
Yeah, it does. I mean, that's a great point, and especially right. We saw Aryan getting those aggressive maneuvers, maybe overcommits just a little bit to get that additional kill, and it's just so brutal for that to then be counterfeited, as you mentioned, even after such sacrifices. So the Blade Storm pulled out here, as well as the Tour de Force. So about the highest amount of offensive output at the disposal of Stony Brook University.
Toxic screen at the ready, and I'm not sure if there's anything placed down by Groovy, because it's all the way over at A. It's giving blocked by Maze, so there's nothing to truly stop them from pushing on. Now, we've seen this before. It's placement. It's the dynamic duo. It's Lyreson and Tabit moving down mid. This could be scary if they make their way to Kitchen and find and win this duel against Sable. But Sable holds strong and knows the information's there. Tabit is here. He has to call for some teammates, and with an escape, can play his life.
Brilliant maneuvering from Sable to get out of there. No need to take that duel. And the Owl Drone going to follow that up. I love this setup. Owl Drone comes in, the Blade Storm to follow it up, and it's free real estate for Stony Brook University. They may take the man advantage and give themselves a real opportunity to win this round in the retake.
Oh, but this is going to be crazy. This is out from Hurrah, swinging by mid. But if they just go for this defusal, if they realize that Hurrah is unable to secure the kill, they could just go. They could stick it, and they will, because it doesn't matter. Chubbs is gone, has no hope of stopping this defusal, and a great retake by Stony Brook.
Great overwatch there from Aryan, and, you know, on top of that, I think that you have to give props to, I don't know who it was, but whoever made that turn towards mid, the communication was so quick. They turned around very fast and headshotted the individual trying to flank in through middle, and it was a big threat, but it was dealt with so swiftly that Stony Brook could quickly refocus their attention back towards the problem in hand, i.e. the defusal of the spike.
And you gotta be happy when you have such team synergy and trust like that. Coming up again, another hit on A. Name a better duo than Wayne State and A-Side on Icebox, at least for now. But there's an opportunity. It's gonna be another Viper battle, as you can see. No one wants to make a strong commitment here because Hurrah and Groovy know they're going to engage in a duel. And that duel will decide if it's A or B. If it's victory for Wayne State, it's a B rush.
Groovy got it. On lock. No need to go for this regression, Groovy. Groovy wants it. He wants it bad, Los. You can tell. You can tell by the peaks happening there. The good news is Groovy's better angels are going to prevail. Falling back, just playing a little bit more passively. That's going to force Wayne State into a little bit of a different position. Multiple players walking up tube. And Sable now, before 1 against 1.
30 seconds.
Now 1 against many.
Chubbs losing that first peek. It seemed like an unnecessary use of that shock dart, but Lyreson will take the second. And across the map over on A site, Tabit puts in more damage. That made them think they could move over to A, but not the case. Great shot over onto Sheps. They lose out on the spike. But you have Groovy waiting for this very moment. Time of the essence. Lyreson didn't have much of a chance, even if they did secure that kill. And Stony Brook takes the lead back.
By the way, you mentioned that shock dart from Lyreson and it maybe not being so necessary. Well, the goal of it there was to actually take down the trademark, which it did. So it would have, if nobody was actually playing in that area, it would have made it so that there would have been no confirmation on the trademark. So Just a little bit of utility for utility trade there in Tube. Ultimately, though, doesn't help them win the round. Stony Brook had it on lock. And 5-4 is the scoreline. What a close game it's been. 3 players spotted by the recon bolt and the Hunter's Fury answering.
So close to securing a kill, but so far again. However, it's a major scramble for Wayne State as they are all stuck up. This could be a huge peak from Chubbs, and it is Aryan too focused on that trademark, but Ethan is there for the trade, dropping out that slow orb to stop Sheps, who wanted to make that peak. Now the spike is there. It's realized that this is the site to hit, but it also gives a little bit of information that mid could be a point of contention. However, Hurrah again on the flank, but they lose out once more.
There's some big mid-round kills happening here. We saw it pushing forward, and Huji, oh my goodness, a blinder. The connection towards the final player and Wayne State. They've had some good rounds, but man, Stony Brook, when they are hot, they are absolutely ridiculous. It feels like they're unstoppable in some of those moments.
Just the team coordination and the fact that they're winning these rounds, it's not by the skin of their teeth. They are multiple players up, still surviving, keeping that money going, and you can see the bank is growing. Aryan with the op. Gonna bring a sniper battle here against the Stingers. And, well, we have seen some miracle Stinger shots in the past, you and I. I don't think they'll stand true here.
No, it doesn't look like it. Aryan, the first opening pick. Huji in close range. Aryan, he's got another. He's hungry for more. He wants it bad. There comes the Singers. Chubbs trying to answer.
Ethan getting a little too close, and they were both holding the same angle, not looking over toward main. That gives them a bit of a disadvantage, leaving themselves exposed. However, Aryan knows that they're still around this corner, but getting a little too close might cause some issues for them. If they lose control of that op, that's going to be a major issue, and they don't have a tailwind for the escape. So backing up is the best course of action, but that's not how Aryan plays.
What do you mean, Los? He only has a W key. There's no S-bound. Groovy with the flank in 7 rounds for Stony Brook. The New York team thriving. At the end of this first half, we head into that final round, as you just heard in Los. Tabit had a blinder of a start. I was impressed. Am impressed. Was 11-1. Currently 13-7. 2 kills the last 6 rounds. And that's not to say that Tabit is like responsible for these round losses. That's not it. But the difference is certainly palpable.
When they're not on it, it seems to be a team-wide issue. Could be that just the entirety in the flow of Wayne State is off. But with this locked, or this no command being dropped, no option for Groovy to create a wall, smoke screen, or anything in between, this is going to signal disaster. A major commitment of ultimates, and it does find fruition and result. Spike planted, wall secured, but it's going to be a response of a Viper's Pit as well. They're dropping everything they got into this final round.
Pouring it. Viper Pit be Viper Pit, but no! That's incredible. The shock dart stops the Viper's Pit. It's going to have to be Aryan over the top, dashing up on top of Yellow. Isn't looking the right direction, and Sheps will take out Sable. A 1-on-4. The Blades now out, but can't drop down. A brilliant end to a close half, 7-5. Stony Brook maintain their lead, but just by the smallest of possible margins.
Well, if you want to bolster your ability to create a bigger lead, you might need some energy. And that would definitely come from a nice coffee from Dunkin'. Medium iced coffee, vanilla cream, half ice would be my order. If anyone wants to go on a run for me real quick. Vincent, what do you want?
See, here's the thing. If I'm going to Dunkin', I'm getting some donut holes. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you, man. I hear you. Well,
I
they
think
Starlink runs on Dunkin'.
Now, to be fair. I think they are.
If you want to get some munchkins, make sure you click the Twitch panel below to find a Dunkin' near you. So shout out Dunkin'. And shout out these two squads. It's up to Wayne State now to create a impressive start. We've known that they had strength in the earlier half in the previous side, but maybe this can be another moment where the Pistols will be that spark for them to start a fire.
That fire gonna have to burn hot, bright, and right this moment. There is everything on the line. Wayne State, as mentioned, a pistol round is all that is required for them to get right back into this thing. It's been close. It's been back and forth. And a bit of poking back and forth at this A site. They spotted it out. The wall goes up.
Is that wall plantable? I feel like it might be. Regardless, you have to walk on through just to give yourself some safety. A knife? This cannot be, Vincent. This cannot be. 2 players left here for Wayne State. Hurrah, as well as Tabit. 2 players who have had some standout duels, but now in the 2v3.
An HP.
Sneaky tricks might be here, but no, covering all angles. There's no trickery. There's no devious licks earned. It's just an 8th round for Stony Brook.
Nothing devious here other than that knife kill. That was absolutely ridiculous. I don't know how Ethan made that happen. I didn't see it. I just saw the kill feed. That's all. Stony Brook, though. That is definitely the way to stamp your ticket to a potential victory on your own map pick. Winning out the both pistols. Right? That is very powerful. 4 free rounds, essentially, if you play it right. Is absolutely humongous.
Big Spectres, tight angles. That's exactly what you want here for Stony Brook to confirm a 9th. Lyreeson already spotted out. They have to run away, but the cape is there. Arian knows it, but they don't realize on pipes. It's Sheps. And Sheps and Lyreeson walk out with 2. Sable there to trade it out. But even so, they've lost Major. Tabit with the Headhunter has done irreparable damage. And they're still here holding this angle. Could do even more. And they have all alone. It's Sable. They've got a Vandal, but they got no one to rely on but themselves.
2 bullets in the Headhunter. 2 frags bagged up for the legend in Tabit for Wayne State. Like you said, only player you can rely on right now for Sable is yourself. And coming from multiple angles, was that a right click or am I crazy? I don't know, but what I do know is that I just said, free rounds ain't nothing free. You gotta pay for it. Stony Brook paid with all of their lives and more.
You can tell it came from speed, confidence, and maybe even a bait from Lyreeson. Jumping away, isn't that the perfect beckoning? Say, come get me. I'm just getting away. I'm just around the corner.
Yeah,
And Arian wanted it bad, not even checking pipes, which led to the majority of that downfall. But now, the cards are all in Wayne State's hand. Upgraded guns, plenty of that range to work with. Even Tabit with that Spectre, but we already know the Headhunter's good enough for them.
We do. A clear indicator in that last round. I didn't notice Stony Brook had invested too heavily into this one. Looks like they're going to be investing their time and money into the mid-control. Many players to shoot at for Hurrah, and ultimately that's not ideal with the Spectre, so it's just going to fall back. We've seen a lot of those A aggressions this whole game. Wayne State did that quite a bit. Stony Brook have yet to foray into B, and now will be their time.
They've been spotted. The alarm has been sounded. Look at the mini-map. It's a full-on rush to give some support over here for Tabit, but no support is given. It's time to get a quick plant with the wall up. They have plenty of time to get their post-plant set up in order. Will that be enough? Again, there's a Vandal on the side for this retake, but it's also Spectres.
Back and forth. Momentum-based game. Sheps finding Huji through the boxes there. That's the danger of sitting in that position. You can get spammed, and you will. The wall going up to We're off a defuse for now.
Oh, this is a major Hunter's Fury. It even could potentially find a kill if they fire it again. It doesn't land on the spike, but that's even more critical because now it forces Lyresin to come out and defuse it themselves. I don't think there's enough time, and there certainly won't be if Sable is going to barrel stuff you with the Stinger to come back with a Thrifty of their own.
I mean, nobody survived, but no problem there. Wayne State, they pulled off a miracle in that previous round, pulled off a Thrifty, only to get thriftied themselves. Stony Brook says that whatever you can do, I can do better. And they did it in style with that B hit. Even after losing out to that crazy spam from Sheps to the box onto Huji. So we head into another round, 3-round lead for Stony Brook University. And Wayne State desperately looking to fight back one more time. Reiterate that round win.
Oh, that is a massive flash coming out from Chubbs. However, in return, it's 3. The site effectively cleared. Only Hurrah to try and come back and give additional support with this wall. Maybe buy some time for Tabit as well to join the party. But even so, once this Owl drone comes on through and gets the information that no one is really here to defend it, it is going to be a rush down to the end.
One enemy remaining.
I don't think that res was, I'll say, strictly necessary, but I think it's perfectly fine to want to use it as quickly as possible. Maintain your economy as much as you can. Make sure that there's not very many rebuys into this next round, and start farming up, making sure that you can buy again multiple times, because of that pistol win and the back and forth nature of the beginning of the second half. We're only 4 rounds in and just 3 rounds away from a potential SBU victory. It's very close. Wayne State are going to have to start winning rounds, and not just, one-offs. They need to start winning rounds consistently here and now, Los. It is time.
Well, that's a great start now, isn't it?
Yeah.
With a beautiful shot onto Arian, someone who's been a nuisance without fail on Stony Brook. Wayne State, I'll take that advantage. Don't want to take any unnecessary peeks. They've got a lead. They intend to keep it. Owl Drone gives them all the information they need and more. Rotation headed over to B, but this song and dance with Groovy, just buying some time, buying some potential space, may end in disaster if Tabit wants to press that duel. But he won't. He wants to support the team on B.
Well, and it looks like Wayne State aren't really being convinced that this B site hit isn't happening. 2 players instantly start the rotation. 0 point, just looking to find some information, but that, I don't think, got anything at all. But they are here, and now Hurrah's going to hear it. Going to communicate over to the rest. Tell them, hey, this is coming.
Oh, not a single check around yellow, and this is even dangerous. The wall doesn't have a full connection. It's not flush against the boxes. They will get this plant, but Lyresin removes Huji from play. A good use of that Hunter's Fury, which by and large in this map have found a great value, but you know who else is? It's Groovy. They can take this 1v1, but there's no need because they have some support, but again, Groovy's gonna do what they want. It's a nice 3K to get the 11th round.
I mean, yeah, fair enough. Take them to Walmart. They are getting great value, absolutely. Stony Brook doing everything that they can. 11 rounds now to 6, and I understand. Look, this is SBU's map pick. All of the regular caveats do apply, but Wayne State, I'm a little bit of a believer in this comeback. They don't have the weapons this round, but we've seen them do it before. And by golly, they can do it again.
The commitment of that Viper's Pit, exactly where this push intended to end up. When you drop it on top of 410, that creates a whole mess of issues. No one can see each other from the belt over to rafters. You could jump inside on the rope and see where that zip line takes you. But Huji creating opportunities. Now they don't even have to commit to A. But Arian, oh god, what are you doing, Arian? What are you doing over here?
He's hanging out in the back lines. I don't know how this has happened. The double up draft through it, but hurrah. Hello. Your Viper's pit. He's inside. But no! Ethan caught out in the open, but Aryan playing a little bit of a lurking Larry found their way through. It will be Stony Brook on map point. This is just map number 1, but Los, what has happened to the second half? It's like gone already. We've had 6 rounds. 5 of them have been Stony Brook's.
It honestly didn't seem like this would be the direction this map would go if we're looking at the first half. Sure, there was a moment with 4 rounds in a row that Stony Brook was able to take it, but this, another 4, and it wasn't even close. And even with Aryan making the most irresponsible play of dashing in there, and they also lost the spike in the Viper's pit. They had no right to win that.
I love the descriptor of irresponsible because it is perfect. It's just great. Indeed. Not the most responsible, but you know what? It worked out. It's like when you return the car and there's like a little a dent or something. Irresponsible, but it's okay.
Wasn't me. Everyone will forgive you as long as the car comes back in peace, right?
That's right.
In multiple pieces now. Both of these teams fractured, losing 1 by 1. No 0 point to stop a push, but no long-range tour de force if they want to keep that angle down into Snowman suppressed. No push. 50 seconds. Tabbits stopping them 1 by 1. They can't even get onto the site. There's no chance. It's a rush coming out from Wayne State to try and stuff them.
Spike down B.
Well, and I was going to say Viper's Pit might be a possibility, but now 1 on 3, that seems a little bit more unreasonable the more I think about it. All 3 players, though, in the same position, a triple swing into Groovy, and things sure ain't groovy now. 7 rounds for Wayne State. The Stony Brook, they finally get stopped after a 4-round run on the Wayne State University defense, but Stony Brook still with money in the bank. And here's the bigger problem, Los. Look up the top. You see all those highlights? They got ultimate for days, baby. All of them. Sable, just 1 kill away. And they're going to have a full set.
All I got to do is press X, and they're set. That's actually where the org name came out of. Originally in the Valorant beta, they were like, you know what? This is a sick name. Let's run with that.
some lore for you folks.
I was in the stream and I said that. They're like, Los, that's crazy. We're not gonna credit you. Regardless, final potential round here, but Tabbit wants to live. They do not want to go out like that. Earning that first opening kill. Groovy with 1 in response. But also, we got to take a look at the lurkers on B. If there's a loss of Hurrah, this could be a serious issue because they lose out on their smoke. Resurrection for Aryan, back in, and back to Spectator they go.
That's the worst when you get rezzed and then go instantly back. But Hooji with a huge pick there to find onto Wayne State. Groovy as well, moving forward. Tabbit now the only player defending that A site.
Now it's got to be a rotation. They can't commit to that. Chubbs, perfect timing while Hooji wasn't checking that staircase. Now Chubbs is going to be able to potentially beat this rotation. They've got a fragment out. This can't be a worse timing, but no, it's actually Ethan with a superior swing. All up to Tabbit, the star of the show, or at least in the first act. This time, the show will close. It's curtain call on Icebox, and Stony Brook University will take it 13-7.
Let's be honest, it was time for the curtain call. I was getting chilly. It's fine. But Stony Brook with a brilliant showing on their map, especially their run on the attacker side. I think they deserve a lot of credit for how well they played that. It seemed like they were very decisive when they needed to be, but were willing to play a bit more default and didn't get themselves too aggressive at any point either. So very much a balance act done by the Stony Brook team. Wayne State unfortunately taking the loss on this one, but as mentioned, Ascent up next. That's their map pick, Los.
Hey, I think it's going to be a big resurgence. We've had moments here for Wayne State. I know they can do it. I know they have the ability to really contest and bring it to a map 3 over on Pearl, mostly because I want to see it, right? This is my personal opinions getting involved just because of loving the game, right? Regardless, this is a moment for Wayne State to step up on their map pick, and we'll check out Ascent right after this break. And we're back for some more NACE Star League action, but not just tonight. Tomorrow, the following day, Super Smash Bros. On Thursday, CSGO on Friday. You'll see this wonderful commentator, Vincent, again. Is that where you're gonna be?
That's exactly where I'm gonna be. You know it. I'm always there. CSGO. But you know what, Los? We have a very special show coming up this weekend. Normally, Saturday, Sunday, we take some time, right? We take a break from the collegiate esports. Not this time. It's going to be Rocket League and some additional Super Smash Brothers over the weekend as well. So make sure that you're tuning in here, the NACE Star League, to check that out as well.
Gotta be doing your homework. And hopefully Wayne State has been doing theirs in these brief moments of respite in between Icebox and now Ascent. Well, they weren't able to earn that first map. The team from Detroit, Michigan, cannot Detroit miss again on their own map pick. They've got to bring it back together. It was a formidable performance in the first half, but it felt that too much fell on the hands of both Lyrison as well as Tabit.
Yeah, Lyrison did a great job overall. I felt like we saw a whole lot from them. In fact, just looking at the stats sheet, they were the two leading the charge when it came to the average combat score. Even above the likes of Groovy and Aryan. Like, they were doing a great job. Unfortunately, it just wasn't quite enough for them to overcome the likes of Stony Brook. And I felt like that Stony Brook as a team just played a little bit more consistently. Like we were, it's very much that standard there where we discuss, Los, how one team is kind of playing a team style, whereas another team is reliant on some of those star players, and there's nothing wrong with either of those. They're both solid in their own right, but it is one of those situations where the more team style is potentially going to win out if those stars are not shining bright enough.
Yeah, and that can always be an issue, so you may want to opt for the option of supporting them, kind of just going for those double swings. Make sure you're trading out.
Yeah.
Never leave an engagement in the negative. Always ensure that they will pay. They will pay. Oh boy. Okay, so we got Ascent on the docket, and I think this is going to be, it is collegiate Valorant. We just had Icebox. It's the most standard situation that we're going to have when it comes to this NACE Star League scene. These are the two
my
maps.
surprise.
Yeah. Who would have thought, right?
You mean we're going to Ascent in a collegiate match? No way. I love Ascent though. As much as I meme it, I do love it, and I love that Wayne State have picked it because it really gives them a chance. They're an undefeated team, right? And listen, that second half of game one, they didn't look like an undefeated team, but they are, and they have earned that. They have earned that, especially throughout these first 5 weeks, or 4 weeks, as we head into week 5. And so I think that it's well earned. So let's see where they are able to show us their strengths as we head into the agent selection. It is time to get started.
But I think it's also important to note we have some adjustments to the roster. You'll see some new names here. It's Ken Meister as well as Tim. Tim stepping in right now.
Timothy.
Some might know him as that. Maybe.
Oh, okay.
Keep that one strictly in the family, right?
Yeah, I was just wondering. But apparently we are going to be seeing things stall out for just a moment. It was just a slight little tech hiccup. Don't you worry, we'll get it figured out. But I am curious, Los, about your thoughts, because I thought things were going well back on Icebox. What do you think the thought process is behind the swap out?
So I'm thinking it's more about kind of cycling in, potentially. I have two theories now. So one is that they want to ensure all of their players are getting more reps and ensuring that everyone has that ability to experience real competition, because we don't know exactly how many people they have in their program. It's a big university, one of the larger State University of New York universities. choice here. So they probably
All
have
right.
a lot of people who want to be involved in Valorant. I mean, I know I would. I know hundreds of students would want to get involved in the program. So
Yeah.
cycle them in, give them that full experience. 2 is that they have players who are better suited. Maybe Ken Meister and
Okay.
Tim are much more demonic on Ascent than you would have on their counterparts.
That's very odd bread for October. I like that. That's well done. Somebody should pay you to do voices or something like that.
On the way, maybe. Who knows? Please.
Someone, please call him. Not desperate. Hashtag not desperate. No, I think that's fair. That's a good point. And yeah, listen, who wouldn't want to be part of the awesome Stony Brook University collegiate program? By the way, a great program. I just to mention it. No offense to Wayne State. I just don't know about their other programs. But I know Stony Brook. I think they are pretty good in Smash, and I know that they're decent in Counter-Strike as well. So a very solid program over there. Cool to see them, to see a team have, or a collegiate program have success in multiple games. It's a lot harder than you would think, and it takes a lot of work. So as we talked to Northwood just last week, and we were getting to talk to the director over there. Definitely something where you need a lot of support doing so, and want to appreciate that whilst we get a chance. But our chances to get into the map have come up for a second time. Let's see how the agent selection rolls down.
Okay, so kind of similar to what we were getting a look at initially. It is the KO locked in this time. It will be present here for Stony Brook. No longer going to opt for the Jet. It actually a raise. I'm interested by this one, but I'm not surprised because you do have Sable on the fade. You know that C's paint shells combination is just too delectable to deny, right?
I mean, listen, I could eat that all day, all night. You know me, Los. I'm a fan, both of eating and of that combination. So, with that being said, we go into the other side. I want to just kind of point out Sheps playing the Killjoy. I tend to think that's great here. Again, very different ideas that we've seen as of late. We've seen some Cypher here. We've seen now a Chamber, and now we're seeing Sheps on the Killjoy. So I feel like the cool thing about this Ascent map right this moment, Los, is that there's no set meta per se here in the collegiate scene, at least. Everybody kind of is playing things a little bit differently.
And I like that. It gives you an opportunity to explore, try out the many different flavors that a team composition can be comprised of. Because who can really say that they know the best? And this is all experimenting until we really have an experience of Harbor thrown into the mix. I think it's going to be a lot of apprehension before we see Harbor making some serious waves in the scene, but
outrageous. I can't believe it. Oh, well done, my friend. Are we going to see the same classic B hit up mid 2 players towards B 2 players that'll lurk over at A for SBU? And yeah, it looks like we are. It's going to be that classic mid control. If you don't know what I'm talking about, we see a lot of university teams on their attack side of Ascent make their way up mid, take out the trademark that is regularly placed there in Pizza, and then either fall back or go straight into market for a B hit.
Some options being created, though, as we could see with Tim specifically lurking around here, just getting options. Maybe someone will do a quick little peek over to A main. And if that is the case, it creates a huge opportunity and a moment for Ethan to walk in. 0 Point finding nothing. Now it's time for the big moves to be made. Detected in Garden, but no one suspected on A.
Well, I mean, to be fair, their suspicion's correct. There's absolutely no one to be found via the site. So, Stony Brook University going to be thankful that they're going to be able to get away. 4 bullets in the chamber as we get down to it. The rendezvous prepared, and the shots miss their mark.
Tim still has 1 in the chamber, and there it is. A good shot onto Chubbs, but 8 HP left. And the Classic actually has a higher accuracy for them in terms of the percentage. And Lyricin perfectly reads that one like a book, expecting it as the only possible option, really. There's no other place to go besides Dyson. Tabit would have spotted that one out instantaneously. First round going over to Wayne.
Yeah, and already a solid start. Stony Brook won both the pistol rounds back on Icebox, so to see the tides turn already is a good sign. That being said, what? Lyris? Okay,
yeah.
I was about to say, that's a very early Odin. I was thinking that might be a little bit interesting. But did you notice something that's a little weird here for Stony Brook? They have Spectres, a lot of them. That's what happens when you get the spike planted. And this is a very aggressive buy.
I think that that arrow came out quick enough for them to have the information. A big jump on that blast pack to remove Sheps. No longer do they have nanoswarms to keep them safe. No alarm bot, nothing. Lyrison falling as well. And now they can have the upgrades. A Phantom, an Ares if they so choose it. Kenmeister holding on the stairs. Huji by logs looking for market. And this has turned into a slowed down retake.
Upgrades, people. That's exactly what Stony Brook had at their disposal here. 3 on 5, even with the weaponry advantage seems near impossible, especially with these trades. Great positioning and great work. SBU entirely deny the huge advantage that Wayne State picked up by the pistol win. And now it's just a question of will Wayne State fight back. It's hard when you don't get that additional money via a spike plant or something of the like, and you could just afford sheriffs, and it looks like they're going to give it up. Los, they could have fought back, but instead they have waved the white flag.
I mean, you don't have many options in terms of money making unless you straight up get that victory. And this was completely unexpected. Wayne State had no idea this was going to take place, as most would expect. You get that first pistol round, you have a lesser buy, maybe some sheriffs, but not this team. Stony Brook made the full investment and it paid dividends. Another B-side hit, only defended here by the single Sova. And that's another retake at a loss.
We might have lost out on Aryan there in that first map, swapped in Kenmeister, but I'm loving the aggression that we're seeing. Kenmeister with the quad kill on the anti-eco. It's a flawless victory, and not only that, no players fall, but it is just a little bit of tag damage. That's the only thing done. Barely anything even touched on the offense for Stony Brook University.
Beautiful start here for SBU, as they've been able to take that disadvantage and turn it into something amazing. But now, the battle is truly just beginning. There's no need to get ahead of themselves or ourselves. The rifle round will be the determiner of all. Now you can have a bit stronger of a defense. Killjoy being placed, Sheps not looking to give that up, and a bit of a misstep with the paint shells, but Showstopper doesn't make any connection, finds that no one's in market, but realizes now it's 2 players stuck, dug in Boathouse.
Well, I mean, it's about time Wayne State applied 2 players to this area. They've been entirely overrun before. Ethan going to be able to trade forward, but this Boathouse position just too darn strong, Los.
That was a good attempt of a hold. Lyrison able to take down 2. And it did it by time. It created an opportunity because now it's a 2-on-2 with Chubbs. Chubbs is so hurt. Only 30 HP for this retake. Both players, though, looking at staircase, so it's an opportunity if they're not checking that out. But now Tim clearing it. Gives the information, gives the call. It's got to be Speedway. And Tim with a 4K is responding and giving Stony Brook their 3rd.
Tragic end to that round, given the incredible hold there in the backside. I mean, you talked of Lyrison doing some really good work, and I'm in agreement, Los. It was well done. Unfortunately, Tim is simply phenomenal. We talked of Kenmeister and the aggression that they have brought forward, but apparently it's the clutch factor that Tim provides as well. The 2 substitutes coming in for this map, working wonderfully, and how has Tim found that?
Something you just feel. You can't explain it. You just know it when you see it. Or maybe you don't because he was full blind when that bullet finally made that ending connection. Chubbs looking to save themselves, and KenMeister just tossing out the blast pack. Don't know what's happening, but you're not going to spot me where I was. Regardless, Tim clearing out A main full, and it's a 5-on-2 for the retake, if that even is possible, because KenMeister's running it down to the spawn.
I mean, you got the spawn part right. Running it down? No, fragging all the way into spawn, I think is what you meant to say.
Gunning it down.
There we go. Much better. And a huge frag there at the very end to close things out. Flawless victory once again. That is just perfect to see. Again, understand that Wayne State were saving there. They didn't have the investments to really do a lot of damage, but Stony Brook just made it look easy, Los. It looked as if they weren't even trying.
And that's when you know it's practice, it's confident, when it doesn't feel that it's a major struggle. They're walking in, taking these engagements, these swings, no problem. But soon enough, Wayne, I believe, once they get better footing, better ground under their feet, they'll be able to bite back, strike back stronger than Stony Brook would have anticipated. Starts here with this flash and a swing
Whoa.
from Chubbs. Oh my lord.
It's what you could call a huge opening pick. Wayne State in position now to at least try and rotate to play defense. But Tim, how's Tim here? Los, how did he get there? Could you help explain, please?
I'm confusion. I could not tell you, but it's so fast. These rounds are going by lightning quick. Okay, Tabit, bringing back some action. What we know them to do, a good duel, and it's not without reach. The ability to pull off a 1v3, but KenMeister with a massive Ferrari peek onto Tabit just makes it an impossibility. 5-1 right now. Make that 5 in a row for SBU.
Yeah, I definitely would say that was a ridiculous swing. Everything, you mentioned right before that, 1v3 not out of the realm of possibility, and generally I agree with you. Difficult, though not impossible. This, it feels like that is less true. Stony Brook they are playing as if they are built different.
I mean, if we're looking at the board itself, the roster, currently, they aren't built different. They've got Tim, they've got KenMeister, and who have been topping this leaderboard? Who has been making those major multi-kill moments? It's these two players. So maybe they're just keeping a secret weapon in their pocket. Chips only coming in just to say hello to Huji and then move us on to round 8.
Well, say hello and then, goodbye. I'll see you back in spawn or something like that. Wayne State, after what was a really... I understand the scoreline back on Icebox. Like, if you're just looking at it from a 10,000 foot view, it was 13-7. Not that competitive, relatively competitive, but not that competitive. But that first half was so close, 7-5, and then something changed. And it feels like despite the difference in rosters, that change has continued here on Ascent.
Yeah, it's been one game going on consistently. Things haven't exactly changed. The momentum continues. The speed has only increased. It feels that they're going downhill, getting faster every single moment, but now as a response, a great opener from Tabit and 2 from Lyrison. That's exactly what they needed. They've got the advantage now, but here comes a showstopper that can't kill. It does! So far away. Not enough time to make a move. Lyrison has to be the hero here, but KenMeister is the anti-hero.
However you set this up, this is ridiculous, but he won't be looking the right way. And what a way for Herat to get on the board, I think. Tim? Yes? No. Got on the board previously. Pardon me. Either way, a big clutch for the Omen, who has had a chance really to get involved all too often. It's Wayne State finally taking their second round after a run of 6 that, I'll be honest, feels like it has not been rivaled yet in this series.
Yeah, that came out from just a great response. Learson coming alive in that previous round. Can they pull it off again? That was 2 kills off of the Hunter's Fury. They need to make magic once more. Lightning, a shock bolt, strike twice.
I see what you've done there. Yeah. A serious improvement in that Hunter's Fury, though, over time. I feel like Learson getting pretty much max value, right? I think that could be fairly stated. Oh, the timing here is straight for Hugie. Learson this time cannot be the hero because he is currently 6 feet underground in a coffin to continue our Halloween theme. Ooh. Spooky.
Looking for a spooky angle. You've got Hurrah. They're up in window, but the dark cover denies the vision. Going right inside. Oh, that must have been the 0 point. Unless KenMeister was able to spray down both pieces of utility with ease. Site cleared. Heaven is a problem. Chubbs gets the flash drive, but KenMeister is scared away. They don't want to make the commitment. Now, Chubbs gonna deal with KenMeister, but they line up! They line up, Vincent, and KenMeister takes down 3 for this round.
Bro, Chubbs, that's so frustrating. Chubbs out here looking like Nick Chubb trying to carry the Browns to any sort of success, but I know you won't get that. You're not an NFL
I was about to say sports reference.
Yeah, no, sorry. that one was for the people at home, not for you, Liz.
Thank you, Vincent, for bridging the 2 worlds.
Yes, I am here. Stony Brook also here to win, apparently, and only do that. 3 ultimates per side, but Hugie has already taken out 1. Tim, a second. What the hell is going on?
Great placement on that paint shell as well. Effectively forcing 2 players outside of market, but Chubbs able to take down 2 before they fall, but in the end, that is about it. All they can make happen. This is such a difficult situation, both to watch if you're a Wayne State fan. Even me, I know that they can bring in some greater heat, but it is just dissipated.
Yeah, I mean, let's just do some interesting information gathering here, just to kind of give everyone an idea of where this Wayne State team usually is. Like, they've only lost 1 map up till this point. They've done very well. Big victory last week against Kansas City. Like, this is a good team. It's just SBU are currently playing a very different game.
Now that's what you need. Chubbs lining it up outside of tree, right into catwalk. Big plays, but that is from the shadows over onto B site. A good kill causes a minor spell of rotation, but no one's biting. No one's gonna make that major commitment. It's only Tabit. They're in market. If they don't see anyone move, nobody leave on B site, there's no cause for panic.
Normally, I'd say great position for Wayne State to be in, but Stony Brook, they got a nightfall. And in fairness, there's also that tour de force. So tools at the disposal, but Chubbs, as mentioned, doing it all for the team.
Surprise from Hugie. There goes Tabit, and they can open things up, but the issue now is that they cannot reach this spike. Not expecting anyone to be on that staircase. And Chubbs is on track to secure an ace. 20 seconds left. And you know that Hugie will be able to secure the plant. How well is their poach plant? It's a single omen. They have smokes. Can they create a smoke screen great enough to hide their intentions?
Cover going out.
They got a paranoia as well as the dark cover. So that dark cover is just faking. They're going into that position. This paranoia is critical.
Decide to use it. Shots down. Shep, the last one alive. secured that first half of the defusal. Can they bring the weapon out in time? No.
No.
The commitment to the paranoia made it too slow to switch to the Vandal. And there was no time indeed. But that was a round that Wayne State deserved to win after the heroic 4K that Chubbs put in place.
True. I mean, listen, in fairness, Yuji doing just as much heroics on the opposition side, but Wayne State on a potential comeback trail, trying desperately to do what they can. But you know what the tragedy is, Los? This is where, you know, unfortunately winning isn't everything. Because they won, but they have no money. And they're going to have to take out the pots and pans. The additional purchase is very limited. It's whatever they can afford, which ain't much.
Kenmeister denied. The Guardian coming out to fruition. A nice placement, even with the pots and pans. Ended up getting hit in the head with, that's calling a pot head. Haha.
Oh, come on. That's unfortunate. They want to double swing this. I'm not sure why they won't. Chubbs and Shep. Oh, I guess double swing unnecessary. Just hit the shot. Forehead.
No command in place. Chubbs playing off of Shep's. This has to be illegal. That Odin play just has to be against some rule in this start. Like, I don't know what.
The Geneva Conventions, maybe. You know, international law, something.
It's crazy that this is how the final round of the first half is going to go. Oh! What? Ethan!
Yeah, no bullets as well. That was his last bullet.
But what's beautiful about this, the res can come in. The door being closed, it only gives opportunity for the 2v1.
Way. There is no way Ethan's committed to this angle. There's no way! Ethan picks it up, the quad frag, the clutch for the king. That is outrageous. 1v4 clean as a whistle. Los. They don't check him. They just don't check him.
I can't believe that. My hands have just been on my head for like the last 10 seconds. I don't know. That's just great game sense from Ethan, because in a situation like that, you'd expect to take cover from Dice. Maybe go into heaven. Maybe go into hell. Hide by Jenny.
Literally anywhere else.
Who would even think that the safe place is by the switch? Well, Ethan, because it's the last place they would expect, cleaning it up with the double. Oh my lord. And that kind of just, it's just symbolic of how this game has gone. Just an effortless play, bringing in great success.
That Kenmeister just threw that paint shell. Los, that was like a 300 damage paint shell. That was ridiculously good. All of the players were there. Look at all those yellow health bars.
Beautiful stuff. And it's giving great pause. Again, nobody knows what to do now. Everyone taking a massive hit. No healers on this team. No Sky, no Sage. A few bullets to the chest, 2 even. Be spelling death for you. Now what's the move? Reaggress on A main. Send Tabit up Cat. Hopefully they could tap away at the defending Omen. That's all they have left at this point.
I mean, that's a valid strategy, but the attempted site take gonna happen. But there's 4 players here, Los. They're gonna check this time. Never mind. They are not.
No way. Kenmeister just realizing, wait a minute, who walked past me?
30 seconds left.
Finds out Tabit. It's back and forth. 2-on-3 now as Chubbs will send out the flash drive. Good for 1, but the trade is here. And in the end, Stony Brook earn a 10th. And honestly, you would have thought they'd learned their lesson. How could they not check that one again?
Yeah. Just like, how could you not get involved with our sponsor, Extra Life? You can help change a kid's health to change the future. Join the team and check them out. extralife.org. We appreciate them as they're an amazing supporter here of the NACE Star League.
I mean, it feels like Wayne State, they need an extra life after that one, but they're going for it. They've got new life. It's Stingers. They've seen how a force can support you. Losing out. This is the moment.
They've seen the way.
Yeah.
In fairness, this did work out brilliantly for Stony Brook. But Stony Brook are the same team that's 10-3, like 10-3 right now. So there's sort of nothing not working for Stony Brook at the moment. And so we'll see.
Chubb's running right into the Prowler, and KhazixMayJump running into the dark cover.
Paranoia.
And there
they
goes.
got hit with the kitchen sink, Los.
They got more for you. Chubbs now with the Stinger. Good for one. Hurrah as well, making their presence known, and they'll continue to do just that. No upgrades in hand. Tim with just the Ghost.
One enemy remaining.
That's all they need. Okay. No way they can walk out with another one. There it is. Safety secured. Lyrison finds a kill. And now it's a race over to B if that's the option. I mean, Ethan will win that foot race by a mile.
Holy cow. Ethan's decision-making was just instantaneous. And you're right. If it was a foot race. And there was literally no question mark at who was winning this. Ethan's won already. There's zero way to lose. Yeah. Lyrison... That's just so unfortunate because Ethan made that decision before Lyrison did, it feel like.
It seems that the second that Tim got that first kill, hands up, go, time to go because Tim's gonna die. We know that. It's understandable. He'll get his one.
He dead for sure.
We're just a ghost too, right?
Exactly. KhazixMayJump coming back for more. Still players very much over this way, but it's more like a mid-play for Stony Brook. And it looks like KhazixMayJump's choosing correct. In position. As Chubbs has pushed forward.
It happened again. Oh no!
Guys.
3 here for KhazixMayJump. Looking for more. If there's even an option to find more, it's Chubbs. They'll be the first one to go if Huji doesn't charge in with the shorty. That's what they've got, but Chubbs lining up too. Won't be enough to stop map and series point for Stony Brook. 12-3 right now.
Bro, Chubbs really is trying hard, man. He really is doing what he can, but... Guys, so this is a professional tip from a non-professional gamer. Check your corners.
Captain Price said it.
Check your corners, bro.
Back in like 2008 or something, right?
Yeah, a long time ago. Check them corners. 12-3, and this has somehow been more dominant from Stony Brook than before. Tim.
Seems that they're just feeling they want to end it.
Check corners!
How is this possible? How does this keep happening? KhazixMayJump, just a corner criminal. You've got Lyrison, the last one alive. It's a 1v2. They can win this. They can do it. But what then? What then after? It must be done 8 more times just to secure OT.
What then? Los, might I suggest check the corners after.
You know, I wasn't aware of that option. Lyrison turns into the 1v1. It's KhazixMayJump. They've got no utility, and they've got no hope as Lyrison with the 4K secures that clutch. They're not dying yet.
Listen, Lyrison led the server last map, so there's no doubt that this team is capable. We're not seeing the same impact from Tabit, obviously. Chubbs has made a huge step up, but when just 2 of the players on your team are playing up to par and the opposition is fragging out of control, it's hard to win. Let's just keep it a buck. Hard to win in those scenarios, but the good news is Wayne State, they won that round. Now they can check corners.
That's to be determined, right?
Yeah, I guess that's fair. I am
Prowler
being,
nade, not getting much of the value. Hurrah! Not being able to spot out Tim before it's too late. Bare bones weaponry here now.
not ideal in the 5-on-4, but still Hunter's Fury. We saw what Learson could do with that before. Oh man, Tim, that off angle is just brutal though. Tabit falling down and the 0 point as well. Should confirm at least one more, but Tim will fall. Maybe Sheps and Learson can bring this one back.
Tim keeps dying right at that corner. Consistently going for more kills.
30 seconds
And that's where their greed leads them to death. No corners that are worth peeking now. But you've got Learson again. Back for blood. Another one at Sable. But with the Stinger, they'll make some pain felt. 14 seconds left. And only one bullet needed. It's Stony Brook. 13-4, 2-0. They come out on top with such a domineering presence on our second map.
Domineering. That's a great word, Los. I couldn't have chosen a better one myself. And yeah, listen, I want to say props to Stony Brook for the way they played, because, you know, we were kind of saying, yeah, well, it was good, but, you know, that first map was pretty competitive. That was Stony Brook's pick, and I think that was a fair kind of thought process from you and I. But holy cow, did they come back and show us that their roster runs deep. They are absolutely an ocean of vast with regard to the players they have at their disposal.
Just a program full of talent. I couldn't agree with you anymore. I think the second that Tim and Kenmeister came through, it was all over, because this was aggression that we hadn't seen. There was a lot more care taken when it came to Icebox. They were being a little more meticulous in their plays, a lot more defaults. You didn't really see that once Kenmeister got access to blast packs. They were just cruising on through. And not to say it's careless, it's definitely a calculated risk, because it did in fact pay off.
Yeah, and listen, I think that, you know, I was memeing it up there at the very end about the corners and everything. The reality is that when you're down like that, small things like checking the right corners at the right times do get overlooked. And it's because you're feeling the frustration, the pressure, and all that comes with it of the moment. And, you know, as fun as it is to talk about, this play was outrageous. This was the play of the match, the play of the series, by far, from Ethan. And it really does come down to some of those fundamentals. It doesn't matter if it's, I mean, it was a brilliant decision, brilliant positioning, but you always got to check.
Yeah, something like that, something like this shouldn't happen either. And not to mention, it happened multiple rounds in a row. Let's not look over this play in particular down on Pizza. A major commitment. If they're dropping in that null command, you want to have full protection. Of course, Learson did win out on that round with a nice 4K clutch. He shouldn't have needed to pull off that performance. That should have been a cleanly executed B hit.
Yeah, and I think that some tilt factor comes with that too, if we're being honest, Los. Like, yeah, you're down bad. You've just got beat in a bad way as well. And a round you thought you had on lock, like all of those things. So I'm not, you know, I'm not saying that's not right, but I am saying that I can understand the mindset coming into that one. But huge props to Stony Brook. They definitely played a great game tonight, and well, I'm excited to see more of this team. As mentioned, a fantastic program at Stony Brook, and as you so rightly have mentioned so many times, part of that University of System of New York, you know?
Yes, the State University of New York system, the SUNY system.
Yes. That system. that system that you're not biased towards at all. That one, yes.
Well, you know, I have to support all of the other schools because my school never actually stepped up in esports. So I gotta show love elsewhere because it's not at the alma mater, baby. It's pain.
Listen, I understand. I'm that way with the entirety of the SEC when it comes to football. The good news is we won't talk further about that and make everyone angry. We will be talking to a player from Stony Brook University.
All right, and joining us today, it's Tim, a big name that we were dropping over on Ascent. Tim, how are you feeling after that domination on Ascent and a continuation of the undefeated streak in the NACE Star League?
You know, I'm feeling good. You know, we're feeling real dominant right now. You know, this team has been through a lot. You know, we had a lot of players leaving, a lot of players coming. You know, I came in last semester hoping for big things, and you know, we're doing it. So I'm excited.
Well, can I dig a little deeper on that? You said, you know, lots happening. You had some changes. Can you kind of walk me through the generalities of that and what that storyline has looked like for you guys?
Yeah, for sure. You know, we've had a couple players not being able to play, you know, whether it be school things or, you know, just life things happening. So a lot of people coming in and out, people stepping into big roles, you know, like shout out to Sable, man. Like, you know, this guy stepped up. He's the captain now of the team. You know, he didn't play last year. He sat in the coach spot the entire semester learning, and look at him now. You know, he's learning a lot. He's playing great. You know, he's doing good things. So, you know, shout out to that guy for sure.
100%. I mean, we watched him alongside pretty much everybody, I feel like, played well in that second match, especially. But overall, you guys had a great series. Let's talk about Ascent. Not your pick, but you come out and you smash them. What I assume that's something that you guys are pretty comfortable on. How were you able to get to that point where you have that breadth of map pool?
You know, it's a lot of Valor planting. It's a lot of getting in the server, practicing with the team. You know, we have a pretty deep map pool. You know, like we're ready to play any map that you give us. You know what I mean? And Ascent, especially, is one of our comfort picks. We pick that map almost every series. You know, so we saw them pick Ascent, we're ready to go.
Talking about comfort, I also wanted to talk about the team that you have involving substitutions. So you and Kenmeister jumped in when you moved into Ascent. What's the mindset behind those substitutions mid-series?
Oh, okay. You know, I'm practicing for my, you know, I compete regularly in Valorant outside of collegiate. So me and Kenmeister, we play on the same team together. So we were in practice, we were playing scrims. That's an obligation that we had. So we had to finish that out. So luckily we got two good players to come in and close out map 1 and, you know, an easy ride on map 2.
Oh, wow. Sweet. Simple enough, right? Making those obligations. And it seems that those other commitments, having involvement in teams outside of collegiate is making a serious impact in how the team works. Would you recommend that a lot of other players within that collegiate system seek opportunities outside in that third-party system?
Yeah, I would 100% agree. You know, I've been competing in the tier 2 scene for a long time now. You know, me and Kenji together have been competing together for almost 8 months outside of collegiate. You know, so we have very good chemistry with each other. We know what we want to do when we're coming into each map. You know, we implant a lot of the things that we use outside of collegiate into collegiate. You know, so it really elevates the skill level of our team and brings in things that maybe these other collegiate teams aren't seeing yet.
I mean, you're showing us a lot of new things here in the NACE Star League, and it was a pleasure to watch. Now, one thing before we send you on your way, is there anyone you want to give a special shout out to?
You know, shout out to my parents for supporting my dream. Shout out to my girlfriend, and shout out to my teammates.
Fantastic. Everyone you need to shout out. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Tim, and congratulations again on your win. And good luck in the rest of the season.
Appreciate you.
Woo! What a series that was, Vincent. But unfortunately, it is coming to a close. And that'll be it for the NACE Star League broadcast for today. But there's still more coming up. As we said, we've got Super Smash Bros. Ultimate tomorrow. CSGO on Friday. You'll never get enough of Vincent. You'll never get enough of Vincent, baby. So we've got even more on this weekend. Saturday is Rocket League, and Sunday is Smash and CSGO. So double dose of Vincent? What?
Yeah.
You're spoiled. You are honestly spoiled, NACE Star League fans.
The triple Vincent is just, it's coming. I love it. But unfortunately, there is such thing as too much of a good thing. So we're going to have to say goodbye for tonight. Nice Star League over for now. Smash, as we mentioned, tomorrow. We'll see you then. Have a good night, everybody.